Good evening, and welcome to the October 10th meeting of the Livermore City Council. I now call the meeting to order. Let the roll show that all members of the council are present and accounted for. I ask that you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have some of the fun stuff is that we have a proclamation tonight. This is a proclamation recognizing the 50th anniversary of the Livermore Cultural Arts Council, which started way back, and they used to do performances in May School. May School, unfortunately, no longer exists, but the spirit still thrives in this community. So I'd like to present this proclamation of the City of Livermore honoring the 50th anniversary of the Livermore Cultural Arts Council. And whereas in October 1966, the Livermore Cultural Arts Council was founded to plan and coordinate a well-rounded program of cultural arts in Livermore. And whereas LCAC supports established arts groups and provides seed money for emerging ones, LCAC also coordinates cultural events in the Valley to establish a common box office and to schedule events to avoid conflicts. And whereas today, LCAC is comprised of 30 arts and education organizations that provide Livermore with a diverse and vibrant arts community, including numerous performing arts groups and a thriving visual arts community. And whereas LCAC advocates for reestablishing lost core art and music programs in Livermore's schools, and whereas since its inception, LCAC has enriched the cultural life of the Livermore community through its focus on local arts and artists. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Livermore congratulates the Livermore Cultural Arts Council on its 50th year and wishes LCAC and its members continued creativity and success. And I presented that to Board Council President Lynn Seppala.
I got my iPad. There we go.
All right, here we go. Yeah. All right, good.
Good evening, mayors, councilmen, staff, and devoted members of the Livermore community. I've chosen a few words from the excerpts of histories by Joan Bohr, Phil Dean, and Tanya Selden. People who were here much longer than I have been. Livermore, population around 5,000 in 1952, grew rapidly as the Lawrence Radiation Laboratory took over the Naval Air Station. By 1966, as the city approached 15,000 people, theater, musical, and visual arts program had come into being to satisfy the public's craving for cultural arts activities. In April 1966, The Independent published articles by bookstore owner James Crockett, saying that arts groups were flourishing but lacked public support. He wrote, "The public must be encouraged to take a more active role in the city's cultural life. This can be best accomplished by education, coordination of activities, and by providing facilities conducive to comfortable viewing, listening, and performing." Tanya Selden, a new resident in 1966, thought that an arts council was a good idea. She had just joined Castle Mask, the local drama group, and asked fellow member Don Miller then a city planner and future council person, how one forms a arts council. Much study, many meetings, and a number of disagreements helped the main issues take shape. An upstart ad hoc committee formed with 5 members: Jim Crockett, Joan Kinney Seppala, Don Miller, Tanya Selden, and Charles Speak. They began studying the best form for that council. Their proposal, sent to LERPD on June 15th, 1966, was, as the report wrote, intricate as the Balkan Non-Aggression Pact. Interactive letter from Arts Group left the directors wheezing. During the creative period of only 2 months, Livermore citizens created LCAC. The first LCAC meeting was held on October 10th, 1966, amazing, exactly 50 years ago. In 1971, LCAC was recognized as a 501c3 nonprofit organization. Active citizens began redefining the city's cultural life as the LCAC brought forward arts at festivals, Summerfest activities, new artistic group, and a drive for a performing arts center that led to the creation of the Bankhead Theater and the Bothwell Arts Center. October 10th, 2016 is the perfect date for noting exactly 50 years of successful contribution to the community contributed by the Livermore Cultural Arts Council. Thank you. Let's thank everybody, and especially the people who attended so many performances. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Look for many more years of the cultural arts. Okay, now moving on to the Citizens Forum. These are items that are not on the agenda, and we ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. The City Council can neither deliberate nor take action on the items as they're brought forward in the Citizens Forum. So with that, I've got about a dozen cards here. John Stein, Robert Allen, Jeff Caskey.
Good evening. My name is John Stein. I live at 1334 Cathy Court. There was some discussion at previous meetings that I'd like to address. The first is one of the council members recommended putting up a shade structure in front of the Bankhead, as well as putting a plaza in where Mill Springs Park is now. It seems somewhat inconsistent because that is perhaps the shadiest spot in the entire downtown. There's a grove of 40-year-old trees, and to rip those out would essentially make the downtown less attractive with a paved hot plaza in place of an inviting park. Also, there's groundwater and soil pollution under there, and remediating that may cause a long-term disruption of downtown traffic and activities. The mayor talked about the airport protection area not being designed primarily to protect the well-being of future citizens of Livermore. With the proposed development at the priority development area at Isabel, the population density will be at maximum close to 250 people per acre. That's exactly what the airport protection area was designed to avoid. It's under the flight pattern of the airport and a poor location for high-density uses that concentrate people in a small area, a lot of people in a small area. In regard to the scenic corridor policies, there were suggestions that vegetation that obstructs the view is a permanent feature and should be considered. That's counterproductive because a developer could plant a row of fast-growing trees, wait a few years, and then develop whatever he wants behind the trees, and eventually the trees will die and there will not be a view. There's also talk of oblique angle views, and that was considered in detail when the view angle development was done. and there's almost no way to effectively implement it. Every development will have some angles that will provide view corridors, but eventually, incrementally, it will destroy the scenic corridor. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Stein. Robert Allen, Jeff Caskey, Jason Bezos.
Robert Allen, I've been a Livermore resident since 1958. Livermore, Pleasanton, Dublin, and Alameda County jointly own LAVTA, the Advanced Bus System. I'm asking you to please ask the LAVTA board to agenda and express Monday through Friday bus route between Bart's Airway Parker Ride and the Dublin-Pleasanton BART station, time to link with every train in, every BART train in or out, from early morning to through the evening commute. I would appreciate it if you could get that on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Jeff Caskey, Jason Bezos, Todd Wasson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeff Caskey, 585 South K Street. We are heartened that Council is finally recognizing that the downtown plan is flawed, but I don't think they yet understand how they got to this point. It isn't because we didn't look at traffic or parking or double check how the traffic might flow. It's because they ignored the voice of the public. The proposal to buy up lots and turn them into paseos to Carnegie Park is an example of this problem. I've never heard a single public speaker suggest that the problem was that we didn't have a paseo through a bank parking lot. Yet expensive staff time is being spent drawing and researching yet another plan no citizens have asked for. What the public did say was that Council hasn't been listening and didn't create a process for listening. Floating wild ideas about more paseos, which people spoke out specifically against, is an example of this lack of listening. The problem was that after being promised that there would be many opportunities for public input on the downtown design, the reality was that there was one public workshop, and it consisted mostly of the already selected developer presenting and defending their already submitted plan. The public was understandably upset, and they disapproved of the plan and disapproved of the process. This created an election season problem, and so now we're spending general fund dollars for studies and salaries to address. A moratorium, traffic studies, tirades against Cleveland, but everything except a concrete plan to bring the voice of the people into the downtown planning. Later this evening, there will be a discussion of delaying any decisions to some date after the election. But I see nothing in the proposed agenda that addresses creating a specific process for gathering public input, and I request that that be added there or as another part of the process. Thank you very much.
Jason Bezos, Todd Wasson, and Alan Burnham.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jason Bezos, a Livermore native and an attorney, and I'm asking the council tonight to reconsider its September 26th vote to demolish the Wagner Winery, National Historic Resource under the Downtown Specific Plan. You may do this tonight and only tonight under Rule Procedure 11.5, and so I ask that you take this up during the matters initiated. 4 of you voted in the affirmative on that vote, and so 4 of you, all except for Councilman Spadofsky, can make the motion. And he could second it if he just can't make the first motion. The council abused its discretion and acted in an arbitrary and capricious manner in approving the demolition of this historic building, again, a National Historic Resource, without an EIR. Basically, there was willful blindness on the part of the HPC, the city staff, and the applicant of the historic status of the structure. And the resolution that you adopt that night, number 128, said, quote, Wagner Winery Building is not considered a historically significant resource. Now, I hope you realize that those were load-bearing words there, and that kept an EIR from being triggered. And if an EIR is triggered, then there'll be a look at the full history of the site and also mitigation measures. So I believe that you need to relook at that, because I don't think that was the intention of the council in doing that. Because under the CEQA regulation, it's very clear that this historic winery building is historically significant. And I think each of you individually would agree, and if you don't, I'll hound you for years for this, because this is, the two standards are that there are broad patterns of California history events. This is a 126-year-old wine site, the only winery that was constructed directly on the railroad. They shipped brandy, they shipped product all the way to New York. So that alone, historically significant, and there's information I have in the letter, and I'll give you another copy today because I put more materials there. Secondly, Henry V. Wagner, who founded the winery, came and settled here in 1879. He was a founding vintner of the community, and also his land, he had vast land holdings. The lands that he held, one of his sons sold it to the federal government for the Livermore Lab. The Valley East or Wagner Farm subdivision, also Wagner family land. Also the Sunset West subdivision, where there's Wagner Drive as a memorial, also Wagner, H.B. Wagner land. And also the Vincenzo subdivision, and that's a sad story because there was the World War II Gold Star at age 17. One of H.B. Wagner's sons was killed in action at Guadalcanal. So this is a historically significant. The staff misled you, as I put in there. Frank Guido did not give you, he was conflating structural integrity with historic integrity. I've spoken to the head of the State Historic Preservation Office in Sacramento, flat out wrong, again, abuse of discretion. And so I asked you please to reconsider this. Beryl McLean, a Wagner family member, also asked you to reconsider. I asked it to be put in the record. She sent that at 5:30 this evening. And also, I want to point out that the applicant made a $1,000 contribution to a local PAC the very day that this controversial vote occurred. So please reconsider, and that's also in the packet. I'll give you copies here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bezos. If you give those to the city clerk, thank you. Todd Wasson, Ellen Burnham, Dave McGuigan.
Hi, my name is Todd Wasson. I'm a Livermore resident here with my wife and a small child who's been over there screaming, so sorry about that.
It's all right.
I've lived
all
in
been
Livermore
there.
here for about 6 years, while I've been, the entire time of which I've been an employee at the Livermore Lab. And I'm here to speak following on, I think, generally in the spiritual vein of the speaker, two speakers prior to me, about just appealing for the council to be receptive to citizen concerns, specifically with respect to the development of Livermore's downtown. When my wife and I were electing to shop for a home and choosing a community where we'd like to start our family, we quickly zeroed in on Livermore, and that had everything to do with Livermore's character and its ambiance and environment and what it is to live here. And I think that character really begins with its downtown and spreads out from there. And my concern is that with the current downtown development plans, if there are, how to best put this? My concern is that a potential overbuilding of downtown will irrevocably harm the spirit and environment of Livermore's downtown that makes it such an attractive place to live and provides the community such an alternative atmosphere to its surrounding neighbors. I'm glad that the council is considering a moratorium, but I fear that after this moratorium, there will not be due consideration given to alternative plans that prize green space and openness and collegiality of the community and providing an environment that is compatible with the town's kind of existing ethos and ethic of community engagement and openness, and instead enforces an environment in which we are looking for a short-term return on investment to maximize the number of people placed into into the heart of downtown at the expense of long-term concerns on providing a community environment that is better and better serves its the citizens of the city for the long term. So yeah, I guess my point is just an appeal toward consideration and not just a moratorium of reconsideration of alternative plans, and I would love to see that actually come to pass. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Wasson. Alan Burnham, Dave McGuigan, and Nancy Bankhead.
Yes, Mayor, I am here to talk about water rates. I'm sure an issue which you have a great affinity for. As you know, the California Constitution requires policies that encourage conservation of scarce resources, and Proposition 218 requires that city services reflect their true costs. There are a series of court rulings on this issue, and I have a copy of the League of City League of California Cities, which talks how to reconcile all these different issues to create a rate structure which is consistent with both conservation and paying the rates. Zone 7 has proposed a rate structure which I believe is foolish accounting, from an accounting standpoint, just wrong. I believe it's bordering on immoral. They've claimed that they're 70% of their their costs are fixed, therefore they want to make water sold to retailers, including Livermore, 70% a fixed fee and 30% a water charge. Oh, they're only going to 35 this time, but that, I think fundamentally that's not correct from an accounting perspective. Not only that, from a Proposition 218, I believe that is going to require all retailers to increase their meter fee and flatten their water rates. All the water rates in the valley are quite different. I've got them here in case you want to look at them. I'm sure you know them. Livermore is the most progressive, and I believe that it's subject to a Proposition 218 legal challenge. I talked to John Perry, who challenged the San Juan Capistrano rates. He agrees with me. So I think this is a very serious issue. The problem is that the city person, Helen Ling, voiced support of what Zone 7 is doing, and I don't think you as a council really quite understand perhaps the implications of what some of these city staff has supported. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Brigham. Dave McGuigan, Nancy Bankhead, Dave Wetmore.
Dave McGuigan, Ontario Drive. So tonight we've come to the act that has brought the anger that you see. I'm sure that there will be some of you that won't believe me. If it will help you sleep at night, you can believe I imagined it, or I just like making stuff up. But I can assure you that, though, that I'm not prone to hallucinations, and my strengths are more in analytics than in fiction. So after the officer had taken my signed statement, I had 15 to 20 minutes to sit on the hood of my truck. As I got a little chill sitting there, I went to the passenger side of my truck and got on the brown jacket that I was described wearing and put it over the coat I had purchased earlier that day. I then got down in a catcher squat and looked at where my truck had come to a stop relative to the crosswalk line. I said to myself, damn, I missed it by half the width of the line. You see, this is the position my truck came to rest at, with the bumper extending into the interior of the crosswalk by about half the width of the crosswalk line. You can also see that because of the configuration of my truck, my front wheels are outside the crosswalk. Now, when I saw the crime scene photos with the skid marks extending over the crosswalk line, the first words out of my mouth were, those are not my skid marks. I even paid several $1,000s to an expert to be told only that they were mine. I really thought my expert was shining me on because he doubted me like I suspect you do. It wasn't until I recently was going over things that I realized that my expert was right in a fashion. You see, though I thought access to my vehicle was a problem, when I found they had taken my keys into evidence, I realized that it's much easier to use the actual vehicle to extend the skid marks. I wish I had realized they'd taken my keys earlier. I could have at least saved some money. Now I'd like to tell you something else that will give you clear insight to the quality of the individuals we have in the police force. As you might imagine, that an officer who witnessed someone run crazily into traffic may want to console that driver. And the officer did just that. He told me how he had witnessed the whole thing and thought, though he had recently been promoted to patrol, he had spent a number of years in traffic and investigated many pedestrian incidents. And then he said, and I quote, there was nothing you could do to avoid hitting him. So what kind of individual goes from there was nothing you could do to committing grand theft auto to extend skid marks? A Livermore police officer conducting proper police procedure. Oh, and can you tell me what the topic of the special closed session is next week that you're adjourning
Mr.
to?
City Attorney? Closed session?
That is evaluation of council employees.
Okay, very good. Mr. McGuigan, just a quick question. For the last few months, you've been talking about this accident and some inconsistencies that you perceive in the police report. it's been kind of disjointed. What, if I could ask, what was it that you were actually charged with?
Driving under the influence of vehicle, vehicular impact with a pedestrian. Should be right. DUI with alcohol or drugs causing bodily injury, felony.
Okay, so it was DUI and injury. Okay, thank you very much. Nancy Bankhead, Dave Wetmore, and Andrew Barker.
Hi, I'm Nancy Bankhead. I am proud to say that I'm a proud citizen, or proud to call Livermore my hometown. And one of the reasons I am is because Livermore doesn't have one, but it has 2 pumpkin patches that are all the whole month of October. One of the most wonderful places to go if you're under 5 or under 10. You can just have a wonderful time that you can't have anywhere else but here in Livermore. So thank you, Livermore.
Thank you. Dave Wetmore, Andrew Barker, Jerry Comber.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and staff. Joining me this evening from the Little League Intermediate World Series Executive Committee are Kathleen Mintzer and Bill Brimrod, who I know you all know from the community. I wanted to come here this evening and just give a big thanks to city staff who helped us just complete our 4th Little League Intermediate World Series, along with a big thanks to LARPD and the school district, where we used both of their sites. 2016 was an exciting time, with the eventual winner being the team out of the Western region from Maui, Hawaii. We had approximately 35,000 people attend this year, and I've got an event summary for you that gives you some stats from this year. And meeting with ESPN both here and back in Williamsport, Pennsylvania, the home of Little League Baseball, ESPN believed that it's just getting better and better every year. They also thought that this year's championship game, which was on 5:30 p.m. Pacific time, 8:30 Eastern time on ESPN2, was the largest crowd that they've seen at Max Baer to date. I say that because this year it was a little more worst year this year. It was in the mid-90s during the day, so even though our attendance were down a little bit, there's a reason for some of it. Really interesting stat as you take a look through this, and I'll provide this soft copy to city staff, is that we live streamed this year. The first couple of years we had a couple cameras, and this year we went to 11 cameras. There are 196, I had to research this, it's been a long time since I had a geography class. There's 196 countries in the world. The city of Livermore and the Little League Intermediate World Series were viewed by 146 countries. We really wonder the reason. There's a lot of different things this year. Our event was going on at the very same time as the Olympics. So as people are doing that world famous surfing stuff, they were there. Social media is getting huge. Over 200,000 people took a look at us through Facebook, and every time they see that, they're seeing Livermore. 161,000 households watched during that evening. So the exposure continues to be there. The first week in November, Little League Baseball Board of Directors will meet, and they choose their 9 sites for baseball and softball. We're very pleased to probably believe that it's going to be coming back for year number 5, and we'll probably be back here in January to give you a little bit of an update on the dates, times, and everything else. If there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer that. And once again, thanks to a great committee. We spent a lot of time, and I'd say my address is Max Baer Park, but I don't know exactly what the street address is.
Any questions?
Just a thank you. Fantastic, thank you.
Just a great event, it really is. I mean, the kids down there, when all the kids were assembled on the field, where they got their participant medals, that was a great event. So thank you very much for leading the charge on this and for bringing this to Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Andrew Barker, Gina Comber, and Singh.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. About 2 weeks ago, President Obama's White House released a report on local land use and development issues. It's called the Housing Development housing development toolkit, and I'd like to draw it to this council's attention and hope you take it seriously. Let me read you a couple excerpts from its executive summary. Barriers to housing development are exacerbating the housing affordability crisis, particularly in regions with high job growth and few rental vacancies. Another item. The long commutes that result from workers seeking out affordable housing far from job centers place a drain on their families, their physical and mental well-being, and negatively impact the environment through increased greenhouse gas emissions. Throughout this report, President Obama addresses local governments. That's you. And he calls for increased density and reduced barriers to development. I want to emphasize that this is not some crazy guy talking, who's wasting his time at a city council meeting speaking. This is President Obama and his White House staff. And every recommendation and point they make, they also have references to academic literature and to well-thought studies. As ways to deal with these issues, the President proposes establishing by right development, streamlining and shortening permitting processes and timelines, and my favorite, eliminating off-street parking requirements. No, he doesn't say reducing, he says eliminating off-street parking requirements. Now you may say, he's not talking about Livermore. He must be talking about big cities, cities like San Francisco or Chicago or something. Well, no. On page 9 of the report I'm referring to, President Obama specifically mentions the punishing commute corridor between Modesto and San Francisco, and specifically says that this problem can be relieved by increased housing availability. So to summarize, the President of the United States is calling on the City Council of Livermore to provide more housing in Livermore so that affordability can be improved, commute times can be lessened, greenhouse gas emissions reduced, and the economy strengthened. I hope you take his report seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barker. Jimmy Cooper, C., and Jean King.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council staff. Thank you for having us and having an open forum. I want to talk about tonight our downtown and sort of the evolution of what's going on. First, you had us in, the first time you sought public input was at the round table. And that was led and developed by a group who, by their own admission, when speaking to another organization, admitted that they were there and that they had designed the questions and that they had designed the roundtable to elicit specific responses out of us and to essentially manufacture and manipulate public opinion. Okay, it didn't work. And if you spent money on it, it was money well wasted. After that, we attended a couple of joint planning city council meetings where we got berated about Cleveland, which was in pretty bad taste in my opinion. And then we got to hear about some of the council members directing staff to do a bunch of studies and waste a bunch of money and valuable staff time and hard-earned dollars to look at options that weren't even discussed, like the Yellow Brick Road, the one that leads by Vans, that Paseo, that would go across the middle of a street, into the back of a building, across somebody else's land. City doesn't own the land all the way straight across, but it was something that staff was supposed to study. The Yellow Brick Road. Not feasible, a waste of tax dollars, and frankly, a waste of everybody's breath that night. And again, it's like you didn't hear what the public was saying, but you shot out a bunch of ideas that would push it all past the election. And while we have a moratorium in place, and it looks like you may or may not choose to extend it another 10 months, what's going to happen after that? Are you hoping that we've all forgotten by then so you can ram through the Lennar plan? Because it kind of feels like that. You haven't put any mechanism in place to actually hear us, and then not only hear us, but take it to heart. The planning should involve us from the beginning, not after you've sent out your RFP, not after you've decided that you're going to use Lennar, not after you've carefully orchestrated a roundtable that was designed to elicit certain responses from us. It was irresponsible from the council, and it was demeaning to the citizens of Livermore. And I hope for once and for all that you've actually heard that we didn't like it very much, and that you make some steps to make a change before you decide to extend a moratorium that doesn't seem to have any planning for the citizens of Livermore to have a voice in our future. It isn't just your direction. We put you in office. That means it's our direction. This is our town. And we expect you to respect the fact that we all belong in this town. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. We're getting into a really sort of gray area here because people are discussing the moratorium, and the moratorium is actually on the agenda. So if you're going to be speaking on the moratorium, please save those comments for when we actually get that onto the agenda, because otherwise it's going to draw things out. So if we're going to talk about the moratorium, that is on the agenda. So don't worry, we will get there. Singh, Jean King, and Ann.
Good evening, everybody. I didn't make any kind of notes, but I have a small business in Wright Brothers Avenue, and we just kind of have a problem with the food trucks. They move around, and the food trucks, like usually they are not owned by local people over here, and they usually come in the peak hours and they just take the business away, like within 2 to 4 hours they all take all the business, whatever we want to do. And this food they sell is like uncovered and is cooked for like hours and hours, and still they are moving around in the trucks. And no health department, no city council, nobody checks their license or anything. And the only solution to this is like those food trucks, if they are stationed to one place and they have some timing, that's the best part for everybody, for the city and for us. So we're just paying like rent for a long time, and we sit over there, do no business, because we are in the industrial area, so the truck moves around in the businesses and take away all the business. So I'm representing all the 3 businesses we have at Wright Brother Avenues, a small shopping plaza. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jean King, Ann, and Esther Ann Waltz.
Hi, good evening, Council and Mayor and staff. I'm Jean King, and I have a question to ask. On the agenda for the June 21st Planning Commission, there was an item called the New Civic Center Meeting Hall. But when you look on the packet, it's really the City Council chambers that was discussed. And it seems to me that that's kind of hiding a little bit on the agenda what you're really talking about. And then also at the Commission for the Arts meeting, there was an agenda item on the September meeting talking about the art, for approval for the art for the new City Council Chamber Hall. And I believe that you're doing the process backwards again. You're going through and approving art. You're approving things without really bringing it before the council, before the people, so that they can have a voice about whether or not we want this city council chambers. And so I would like more transparency, because you probably remember that I came up some meetings ago and said, I think that we should not build the chamber council, that we should spend that $5 million to make our downtown better. So I would like you to be a little bit more honest about it and make sure that the public knows what's really going on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. King. So I guess Mr. Spence, is this simply a council chambers? I know we've heard comments that there's only 4 meetings take place in this building every month. But I recall in Matrix that there was something like 80% of the time this building was booked.
Yes, that's true. It's used for a variety of other commissions, trainings, public purposes.
Okay, so it's not just a council chambers.
Right.
That is more of a community meeting facility.
Yes.
Okay, good, thank you. Just want to clarify that. Ann,
All right.
Esther Ann Waltz, and Connie Copps.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and staff. My name is Ann Lopez, and I live on Cornflower Common in Livermore, and I am a voting resident. I filled out a card, and I put number 3 on it, and I have to apologize. I had asked someone for help. I don't do this very often, and it's actually under number 6.
Okay.
But do you mind if I go ahead and say it?
How about you, if you have comments for item 6, why don't you just come back on item 6 then?
I I haven't eaten dinner.
Okay, so what has happened in the past?
really
wait, hang on a
short.
second,
It's really
let's have- Okay, hold the time just for a second there. Hold it.
It's really
Okay,
short, really
so,
short.
So what has happened in the past is we've had people come and speak during Citizens Forum online on the agenda. And because they hadn't eaten dinner, I've allowed that. Well, then they've stayed for the rest of the meeting, and then they get to speak a second time during the item on the agenda. So when it's on the agenda, that's the appropriate time to speak to it. There have been times in the past where people I recognized had to leave. So I gave them that opportunity to be heard. My concern is that we get off topic and then we continue going off topic. So
Mine is not a complaint. It's just a.
well, it doesn't matter. It's a matter.
Supporting suggestion.
It's a matter of fairness, is what it is.
Okay.
But if you are going to be moving and you are under a time constraint, I will go ahead and allow you to speak.
Thank you.
On item 6 point what?
You're very kind. It's 6.01.
6.01.
And you have my vote.
That's all right. That's fine. that's not wrong. So 6.01, please.
Okay. The Alameda County Board of Supervisors have given the go-ahead for a community choice aggregation energy program, which provides cities in Alameda County the opportunity to offer its citizens a choice of their electrical energy provider. I am here tonight to strongly recommend to you the renewable energy program like the successful one they have in Marin County. Livermore needs a strong commitment to developing local renewable projects which allows reduction of transmission costs by taking advantage of energy in our own backyards. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Esther Ann Waltz, Connie Copps, Sandra Grayfroth.
Good evening, I'm Mayor Michon, members of the council. I'm going to speak a bit on Proposition 62, the recreational marijuana thing. My concern is if that initiative passed, where I like for that product to be able to be sold, it'd be in the same places where people have bought their cigarettes. Like, that means the grocery store, the convenience store, and not have the medical marijuana, the dispensaries that are under Proposition 215 have to deal with recreational marijuana. I want to keep those two separated because with the medical marijuana, you want to go more for the cannabinoids and lessen the THC. That's the part of it that gets you high and giddy. You know, if people want to do that, of 21. Plus, I would like for so even though we don't have standards for the field sobriety test on marijuana, when we legalize it, we can do the research and build that contingency on it. So, because I do believe it should be under the same driving influence. That means you can't go get in your car and go traveling down Marietta Boulevard under the influence of marijuana. And it should have the same rules and regulations that alcohol has. I know it's harder to because we don't have the constituencies. Normally that they can test for marijuana is just based on police officers' probable cause, their training, their observation skills. And then the dispensaries and stuff. And then with those legality, the delivery drivers would be under less risk of prosecution and persecution, because they're just trying to get a product. And then with this, the passing is 62, then we can deliver the product in the regular delivery trucks like we get our food delivered to us, like the stores get their food delivered in a regular truck. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Waltz. Connie Copps, Sandra Grayfroth.
Hi, I'm Connie Cops on Tulip Lane, Springtown. I'm calling because I am concerned about Measure FF that's been put on the on the ballot for voting. I'm concerned about the motives of Measure FF. Open space is worth something, and you know that open space is worth something, especially with this housing that President Obama wants to see happen. You know, like we shouldn't put any, I want to say, barriers on, you know, what we build. We do need housing. We do need affordable housing. I do not think you have dealt fairly at all with Springtown. I don't think our city planners have dealt fairly with Springtown. And I'm asking what records you find that give you these borders as the golf course that have the existing map. I've been asking for a lot of years for, you know, this information because I wanted to be part of the process fairly. Now, you claim in Measure FF that, you know, your citizens really spoke, that they were afraid that there was affordable or stack and pack coming up. That happened in 2003 when people complained about the housing. That, again, you paid a lot of money for consultants and a lot of money for consultants to guide us the same way, and those roundtable discussions are called Delphinian-style meetings. You kind of got the answers you were looking for. I don't think that, I question the motives for the open space, and I don't think it's fair that, you know, Lorraine made decisions on Springtown, and you admitted it from what you heard around your dinner table. You didn't express that to us. You didn't share that with us. So you're making your decisions based on knowledge that we could not possibly have. I really think that Springtown, North Livermore, the general plan and how you have plans for North Livermore also needs to be communicated with transparency. It's not fair that I have to go to so many meetings and spend so much time studying issues that could be relayed very, 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 very straightforward and honestly, but are not. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Copps. Mr. City Manager, it was said that we'll make these decisions around our dinner table. All of the, as I understand it, all of our deliberations are in public, and that's why this process takes a while, is because we do conduct all the meetings in public. We have to deliberate in public. We can't make any decisions in private.
That is absolutely true. Under state law, you are required to deliberate in public. Each of you brings your own experiences as individuals, but until three of you out in public ultimately deliberate and come up with a direction, the council has not made a decision. And you'll see me repeatedly looking for that direction when you are doing that. While you are all individuals, it is only when you sit out in public, in front of the public, and deliberate at a noticed meeting and make a decision where three of you give us direction that becomes law or direction to your staff.
As I recall, the first meeting that we had about the Springtown and the community meetings was 2006, wasn't it? We actually came together and started working on that process.
And you are correct, and we've been out there, as you know, repeatedly. That process actually started far before that, 40 years before, when the city actually purchased a failing golf course at that particular time from the developer, due to the exact same concerns that the area would be developed with housing if the city didn't intervene. So the measure that you placed on the ballot is the continuation of many councils' concerns about providing adequate open space and to provide appropriate facilities for that area.
And to keep it as permanent open space, correct?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Sandra Grayforth.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and City staff. My name is Sandra Grafrath. I live at 1317 Fairbrook Court, and I thank you for the opportunity to address you. My comments have to do with our downtown project again. I know Council has been accepting of our suggestions on what we want to do downtown, but I have seen a lot of pushback. Pushback being, well, the developer doesn't want to do that, or he doesn't want to pay for that, or that suggestion isn't market-driven. not all the wonderful things that happen to Livermore are market-driven. A Carnegie building that was built wasn't market-driven. Our new library wasn't market-driven. And I don't think the new council chambers for the $5 million is market-driven. So I think it's important that we realize that some things possibly aren't market-driven, but look what LCAC was 50 years ago. Did we envision it was going to be market-driven back then? And now look what it's come. People come here because of what they have done over the years. So I would hope that as we continue with this process, that we are able to pay attention to what the community is saying. Those of you who might have attended the LCAC movie at the reception showed so many people, many of which are in this audience, that have been helping develop Livermore for 50 years. They've put in their own time, their own skills, their own resources, and their love of this town, and it's very evident because of the way the town has developed. So please don't react with it isn't market-driven or it's not what the developer wants. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford. Okay, that's it for the cards that I have. With that, we go to the consent calendar. These are items that are typically routine in nature, and they're usually passed on a single motion. Does any council member wish to pull an item for discussion? Okay, I do have a comment card for 4.02. This is the ordinance amending the municipal code to add section 1275 to regulations and enforcement for the Springtown open space regulations. 4.02, Connie Copps.
So, let's see here. Trying to get that first page here, okay. So, the item reads, the city is a municipal corporation organized under the laws of the state of California and is the owner of record of the Springtown Golf Course. Which record? Again, I really want to know this because I've seen some records that have been disputed, and I would like to know a little bit more information about what Mark Roberts said about the other golf course that went under, because that's causing a lot of confusion about making the right decisions for this. Again, open space, I question the motives, for doing this open space, because the golf course at one time, from what I was told, it contained land for 27 holes. So if we deem this as open space, is this open space that's going to count for a park that's going to put a lot of stack and pack on land around it? I'm concerned. Also, I really find it insulting that they would have a restriction that golfing could not occur on this open space. I find it irresponsible that the land is not specifically, described. It's generally. I really resent that it's exempt from an environmental review, especially because my board president just had a plumber out, and I guess, kind of like making 2 meters because there was 1 meter. When did this golf course divide into, what was the relationship with the Springtown HOA? Was it legal? Do we have any kind of paperwork that's decent, that's right, that's good, that, where this, all started from? I feel like I have a responsibility to my neighbors. I look at the roster of my HOA, and that land adds up to that. And I don't know all these people, but I do know that a lot of them are out of the area. A lot of the people that are, some of the people that own these houses are like associations. You know, they're like P.O. Box, you know, Danville Associates or whatever. I worry about like whose properties in trust, what the deals were. They've always, when I ask those questions, they've been skirted around. Answers have been skirted around. I really feel bad about the ending of the golf course. I mean, I understand it was complicated, but I resent how it was, and if you look at those videotapes I gave you on those public meetings that were not televised here, but televised on my camera, I resent how Dan Greenwood handled the comments and the people who were commenting at that meeting. I don't think he listened to them. I don't think he cared about them. And I don't think he communicated well a lot of the solutions that were brought up. So I really think you should wait on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Copps. As I understand it, the motive behind this was because the community wanted some assurance that a future council could not flip and then turn this land into housing. And that was why the city council chose to put this on the ballot, so that it would not be able to be changed back by a council. It would need a vote of the community. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, you are correct. However, the item before us tonight, 4.02, is dealing with regulations for the enforcement of the conditions of its use during this interim time period.
And the paperwork behind all this, that is readily available with the city?
That is correct. The city staff prepared and obtained a title report.
Okay. And the notice of record?
The notice of record were the recorded deeds with the county recorder's office.
Okay, and we are the landowner.
That is correct. We are the owner.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, any other questions, comments? Do I have a motion to move the consent calendar?
So moved.
Moved by Vice Mayor Gary, seconded by Councilmember Warner. Any discussion on the motion? Any opposition? Any abstentions? And it passed unanimously. Thank you. 5.01 is continued to a future date. 6.01, matters for consideration, update on the Alameda County Community Choice Aggregation Energy Program.
Mr. Mayor, as we start for this particular matter, I'd like to announce that Councilmember Warner will be recusing himself from participating in this item due to his employment with PG&E.
All right.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
So good evening, Mayor Marchand and members of the City Council. This evening, Bruce Jensen, Alameda County Planning Staff, and Seth Baruch with Carbonomics will provide an informational presentation on East Bay Community Energy.
So, my name is Bruce Jensen. I'm with the Alameda County Planning Staff. Pull up the mic. There you go. There it is. Okay. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Bruce Jensen. I'm with the Alameda County Planning Department, part of the county CDA. Thank you for having us here tonight. As you may know, the Board of Supervisors of Alameda County last week took some very big steps toward propelling the Community Choice Aggregation Program for the county and all of its cities to a point where we can start thinking about forming a JPA and getting this program underway. I know that our time is limited, so I'm going to turn the presentation over to Seth Baruch, who's going to cover a lot of the details of this as quickly as possible. And after that, we're here to take any questions or hear any comments that you have.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Do you have the this? Great. So I understand we only have about 10 or 12 minutes. I definitely have more material on the slides than that, so I'm going to skip a few slides, and I know you've seen some of this material before, so I'm going to really hit the highlights and try to get to Q&A as quickly as possible. I'm seeing a lot of nodding heads, so that's okay. So again, this is what community choice is. You've seen this slide before. I'm going to move right on beyond that. So as Bruce mentioned, On October 4th, the County Board of Supervisors took the next step. They accepted the technical study, and I'll hit on some of the high-level results of that study, approved the resolution to enter into the JPA agreement, which we'll talk a little bit about as well, and perhaps most importantly, approved funding for all of the requirements necessary to launch the program, which we're hoping to do in October of next year. So they've allocated about another $2.4 million. And we are doing sessions such as these all around the county to just inform and give the information to the city councils that are necessary to consider whether they want to join the program in the first phase, and we're hoping to get those decisions made by the end of November. Not every city has to launch, not every city has to participate in the first phase, but we want to get as many cities as are interested so we can procure the power necessary to launch in October. So the technical study, which I don't think we covered in the last time we spoke with you, MRW, which is an Oakland-based consulting firm, did an analysis of 4 different scenarios with different levels of renewable energy in each scenario. And some of the headlines here are basically that every scenario, given current market conditions, MRW estimated would be less expensive, having lower rates than PG&E would have over the forecast period, which covered basically through 2030. Yeah. There were a number of variables that went into that rate analysis, and that the other aspects, the renewable resource and the greenhouse gas reductions. MRW did a pretty rigorous sensitivity analysis. If gas prices were higher than the forecast, or renewable energy prices were higher than the forecast, how would that would impact? And generally, with all the variables considered, only if all of them were really negative for the community choice program, like PG&E prices going down and renewable energy prices going up, could there be a period of time when the PG&E rates would be higher? So the point is, we can't guarantee that the rates would be lower, but that MRW feels pretty confident that, given current market conditions and given where the other CCAs are launching, there's a slide on that as well, that the Alameda County Community Choice Program could come out ahead. 3 of the 4 scenarios came out looking very much favorable to the PG&E baseline in terms of environmental metrics, greenhouse gas emissions specifically, and there were hundreds or thousands of jobs that could be created through this program depending on the type of scenario that's selected. Main message here is that with all the community choice programs that are being set up around the state, East Bay Community Energy, which is what we're calling the Alameda program, would be by far the biggest, with over 600,000 customers and over 6.5 million megawatt hours. This is just the division of load. I'll skip that. This is where the load by jurisdiction. So you can see there, Oakland, Fremont, and Hayward comprise about half of the county's load. Livermore there is at 6%. This is a slide that people are interested in. Question we get a lot is, what would be the minimum size in order to have a viable community choice program? So you can see there, MRW estimated that a minimum of about 450 gigawatt hours, 450,000 megawatt hours, would be required to have a program where the cost associated with setting up a program would not outweigh the revenues that would be generated. That's about 7% of the potential load. So you can see there that just Livermore itself could probably form its own viable CCA program, but obviously we know that many more cities are likely to join in the first wave. These are the 4 scenarios, starting from the least environmentally beneficial to the most. The last scenario, scenario 4, incorporated a very high component of locally built renewable resources in county. Now I'm going to talk about scenario 3. This is what we think is representative of what we think the county and the JPA would consider. And you can see there, the top line there, that is the estimated PG&E generation rate. We're only talking about generation now, through the forecast period. And the bottom bars, when you add them all up, that is the CCA, estimated CCA rate. So you can see there that that difference between the top of the bars and the line that goes across there, that equates to the savings that we expect under this scenario, the customers of the Community Choice Program in Alameda would experience compared to the PG&E baseline. So starting out at about 1.6 cents per kilowatt hour, it gets a little wider, then gets a little thinner. I can get into why that is, but that's basically the forecast for scenario 3. For scenario 3, we also see a big difference in greenhouse gas emissions. So the blue line is what PG&E emissions would be. The red line is what the CCA estimated emissions would be under this particular scenario. So we do see a fairly dramatic difference accelerating over time between the scenarios. The community choice program would lead to quite a big environmental benefit. And this is what we estimate to be the number of megawatts of renewable energy generation that can be attributed to the program under scenario 3. Not all of that is in county. In fact, most of that would be utility scale located outside the county. The top 2 bars there would be the what would be generated in county, which is generally, a lot of these big utility scale projects, other than Altamont, of course, are particularly for solar, located in Central Valley. But there is, as I said, scenario 4, which I don't have here, would be about half and half. Half of that renewable generation would come from in-county and about half from outside the county. Here are the jobs. There are 2 types of jobs, job impacts that we've been looking at. Number 1 is the cost savings. So if people are paying less on their utility bills, that's more money in their pocket. That would be, theoretically, would be spent and therefore generating more economic activity. And the other bar is the primarily associated with construction jobs related to renewable energy projects developed by the program. These are some of the other programs that are launching. I'll just really note Peninsula Clean Energy because they started delivering electricity last weekend. They are at 5% below PG&E. Their portfolio is at 50% renewable. They do have some large hydro, so it's about 75% greenhouse gas free, and they do have a 100% renewable option. So they're offering electricity that's lower than PG&E and has a higher level of renewable energy content. And that's pretty consistent across the board. The JPA agreement, got about 3 minutes left here. I'm going to try and keep this quick. So where we are with that, we have been meticulously negotiating with all the city attorneys and the county council. We think we've solved about 95% of the issues. But this is an agreement that was, again, led by the county council's office. The city attorneys have participated. Well, I can see, I think, those are the key points. I won't dwell on those. But there were some issues, last-minute issues that have, we think, have been resolved through a special meeting of the steering committee, Alameda County Community Choice Steering Committee, which is definitely has heavy participation by local stakeholders, including from the environmental community and from the labor community. So we have policies and recommendations that are on these particular topics, which I can get into in the Q&A. I want to make sure I get through the key points here. Perhaps the most contentious issue among the cities themselves has been voting share rights. This involves not the first tier of voting, which would be a one city, one vote, but all the CCAs have a mechanism where cities can call for what we call a voting shares vote, which is weighted based on the percent of the load. And we're having some discussion back and forth about how many cities would be required to call for a voting shares vote. There's definitely been a big city, small city divide there, which I can get into, but we think we hope we've come to a reasonable compromise. And I think I'm just going to skip over these slides. This gets into some of the details related to some of the concerns most related to the stakeholder community on developing a local business plan, which we have now in the JPA, and we're working on the scope of that right now. Policies around the use of renewable energy credits, questions around ability for the JPA, the CCA staff to unionize, and concerns about that are particularly relevant to the labor community. And there's the voting shares vote, so I think I've covered that. This is the timeline, and I am going to keep this to 12 minutes, so I'm impressed. So we're now completed phase 1. We're now launching into phase 2. Once we have the cities that we know are going to join, the JPA board will be seated, we're hoping in January. That will launch into a number of other activities, including preparing RFPs and competitive solicitations for various contracts, including initial power contracts, a much more intensive community outreach and marketing communications program, and then a number of other sort of CPC-related regulations, like the submission of the implementation plan, and then really the pre-launch activities, which will involve setting up, for example, a call center for customers to call in, opt-out notices so that customers know they can opt out of the CCA program and remain with PG&E, which they can do at any time. And then eventually we'll launch, again, we're hoping about this time next year. So with that, again, I'm sorry I did rush through it, but I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Any questions, Councilor Spilowski?
No questions, but just a comment that Seth just went through that presentation faster than it takes Bruce to go through the roll call at these special meetings, because it's 39 members plus the alternates. So that was really impressive. It is a lot of information. I know we just received the JPA that the county approved, today, or we'll be receiving it shortly, so I look forward to staff taking a crack at that and the analysis. It's a lot to absorb, so I'll just leave it at that and look forward to more information at our next go-around. But I'm encouraged by the progress that has been made. Again, a 39-person panel with everybody under the sun represented. I think this is very well thought out, and the amount of work that the consultants in the county have put into it, especially I know Bruce was burning the midnight oil a couple nights there back in early October to get that JPA through. I really do appreciate all the work and putting up with people like me who have learned a lot in the last year. So thank you.
Any other questions at this point? Vice Mayor Gary?
Similar to the reservations or questions I expressed before, just to follow up with staff, as I understand it, it's a mandatory opt-in by asking the cities and the board to vote the unincorporated areas in. Individual customers can only opt out. I think some background logic into why we're doing a mandatory participation versus a voluntary participation. Big government on this scale makes me nervous that some of the public utilities don't get the economics right, and why are we smarter? So I'd like to also see some of the backup economic. For example, very nice pro forma on Peninsula, but how much hydro versus wind do we have, and what's the sensitivity testing over a very long time frame that those economics hold up for what might be in this county's pool. So I think if you have to educate some of us to those issues, and if you expect us to impose it on our ratepayers, in this case, acting in a utility sense, I just got to believe there's a large education burden on all of us here. And I'm not being negative towards the program. I'm just saying, though, this is a big deal, and it's going to take a big outreach, especially on the imposition opt-out, in my opinion, of one.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think one of the things that when I was involved in the San Mateo County effort, we had town hall meetings with city council and citizens, and we're very happy to try and organize something like that in Livermore or any other city that may wish to have it. The opt-out provision, that is what is written in the state law. So we don't really have an option to consider whether it's voluntary or mandatory. That's just kind of the way the law is written. But yeah, the issues around how professional the staff is, and how, can it make the key decisions on behalf of ratepayers that PG&E has to make, and all that. Those are all questions that the other CCAs have thought long and hard about, and so far they've done a really good job. But I'm happy to undertake whatever efforts you feel are necessary to make sure that the council and the community has the information it needs, because it's a big decision, there's no question about it.
Just thinking out loud, and I'm assuming we can think out loud or ask for input on this item. If I heard correctly, to some degree, you want the cities in by the end of December. We all know how hard it is to schedule public outreach between Thanksgiving and New Year's. This in other communities used to have energy commissions, energy task forces, energy committees. This is a really bright town, and a lot of those bright people at the physicist engineering level or even in this room tonight. I wonder if staff might explore, with Stephen as our liaison, maybe some kind of a small study group that when the documentation and the background materials come in and the kind of energy longevity pro forma I just asked about, instead of just only the 5 of us trying to get our heads around it, perhaps if we had a small task force committee, something that could sit down with staff, I don't know, and just be a sounding board, not advisory, not binding. But I just think it'd be nice to have some community voices reflected in what's going to be a very technical conversation, especially with regards to the sensitivity of the modeling and how worthwhile or not are the projections. Just my 3 cents worth. I just think this is really complicated.
I would agree with that, and I guess this is the second meeting where I've been appointed to a task force, so I see a pattern. I hope it ends after tonight, because I only have so much on my plate, but yeah, I agree with that. But also, I wanted to point out, and I hope it's still in the current version of the JPA, there is kind of a last-minute out clause for cities that join. So if you could explain the criteria, I believe it's based on the initial pricing. If things go completely cattywampus and we say, wait a minute, this isn't what we signed up for, we can get out cleanly before there's any damage done?
There is an off-ramp. I should have pointed that out. So if between now and when the program launches and, when the program goes to market and to procure power, if the greenhouse gas metrics can't be met, if the price metrics can't be met, if something really screwy happens in the electricity markets, then the jurisdictions can vote to leave the JPA without any penalty.
Thank you.
And what's the time frame on that? So if, say, it down for a year, and suddenly it becomes apparent that model's not working, can the cities then opt out at that point, or is there a charge to leave?
So what I'm talking about is before the program launches. Right. So you're going to know kind of what the...
I don't know what the prices are before the program launches.
Well, yeah, when you go to market, and you get your prices per megawatt hour for the various different resources, you can structure a rate schedule around that. That would all happen prior to launch. So you will know if the program can't meet its basic objectives before the program launches. Now, you're right, that's over the short term. After the program launches and after power has been procured and contracts have been signed, there is a possibility, there is an out clause for the jurisdictions, but there's a possibility that a cost may be incurred to compensate the fact that the CCA went out and bought power and then that city's left. So maybe have to resell that power at a loss.
If I may, I'm not sure if this is clear, but between the time the JPA is seated and the time when the program launches, which is the day that energy starts being sold, there's a significant period of time. So it may be several months up to a year between those two events. So that's the time period during which a city could determine whether or not the economic metrics are going well, and if by the time that several months has passed and they haven't launched yet and things aren't looking good, that's the time during which a city can get out clean.
Guys, I'm looking at the slide where it says, only under a perfect storm of negative conditions was the rate higher. I remember the promises that were made there's a great deal of enthusiasm about the independent system operator, which then undertook a program called Death Star. And we saw power rates go absolutely 4,000% increases. So those are the things that make me a little bit nervous when they start talking about, well, it's going to be cheaper, but if it's not, it's going to cost you to pull out of it. So those are some of the concerns that I have going in.
Yeah, well, certainly we don't want to promise what we can't promise. And so the idea with this opt-out is that if there's a Death Star and prices go up 4,000%, you can get out before the program launches.
Yeah. No. So I do have one card. Question?
Follow-up, just a comment. Because my intent wasn't to burden my council member with a year-long gig. Well, no, you're a liaison to the JPA. I think hearing now that there's the research ramp-up phase, all the more reason if we had an energy commission or committee, that's one of their study roles. It's not just getting us to agreeing to stand up, but to be sure during that R&D phase, we're still on solid ground, and they still recommend as a reflection of the community to us that, hey, go all the way here, you're in on the initial purchase. And that doesn't have to be one council member, maybe no council members, it's staff, expert staff, and the Energy Committee. Just food for thoughts, staff, on how we wander through this.
Good. I do have one card for 6.1, Eloise Hammond.
Hi. I've been on the steering committee for over a year as well. I represent an organization called Organizing for America, as well as an alliance that has been working on this. And I'd like to echo previous comments about how hard staff has worked. And partly that's because they've tried so hard to hear all the different constituency, maybe to a delay because they're trying to please everybody. And I think most of us know you can't make everybody thrilled. But I think people were pretty thrilled with what came out of the meeting last October 4th. So I urge Livermore to go with the program, and I'd like to point out that all of the risk, there's no risk to the city, no risk to any customer. The prices go up, you go back to PG&E as a customer, and you will know in advance what the costs will be. And in terms of some of the economics, you know what CEOs in the private industry make these days, and when you have to make sure that you make a profit to make shareholders happy, none of that is associated with the CCA. It's an independent agency whose goals are written into the JPA, which talks about local development, being greener than the local utility, helping communities, particularly disadvantaged communities. And there is a lot of money out there for disadvantaged communities in terms of low-cost loans and even grants. The cap and trade in California, 25% of that is supposed to go to disadvantaged communities, and over half of that, or around half of that, goes to energy. So there are lots of reasons that in the long run, this can be a very good thing for everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Hammond. Although I just remembered that the Alameda County Transportation Commission, we heard about the most recent cap and trade auction, which was estimated to bring in about $1 billion, and I think it brought in $18 million. Yeah, so cap and trade is not quite what we had hoped it was going to be as far as funding infrastructure, but that's okay. I just that was
$961 million in over a 2-year period.
Right.
That it's been.
But the last auction was $18 million.
The last auction, over what time period?
No, just the last auction for credits. That's what came out of the last auction. Okay, so moving on. We have there's we have a suggestion on the table for an energy committee. What's the thoughts on the council for that?
Oh, I'm fine with that suggestion. And any and all help is appreciated.
Okay. We got a smart bunch of people in this town.
I think we should pick up the phone, call the lab, and say, hey, who wants to volunteer?
Yeah, who do they recommend, right?
Exactly, yeah. We have plenty of experts in this area. I think it would be nice to tap into our community, our citizens, and get them involved on this and utilize the expertise. I mean, we do have more PhDs per capita than any other city. Let's take advantage of that fact.
If perhaps staff could take a look and see what that would look like to create something like that and get back to the council.
Very good, we'll do that.
Great, thank you. Okay, so this is, wait a minute. So you have a recommendation to just receive the update, and that's all you needed? Okay, all right, very good. Thank you. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Okay, on to 6.02, the adoption of an interim ordinance urgency measure importing a temporary moratorium prohibiting the issuance of land use entitlements.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. At the September 26th meeting, council directed staff to return with an interim urgency ordinance establishing a moratorium on residential development within the downtown specific plan area. The purpose of the moratorium is to stop the entitlement of new residential development within the downtown. This step is necessary to allow the city time to address significant community concerns raised about threats to public health and safety related to traffic and overall community character should residential development be allowed to continue under the current specific plan regulations. The ordinance does require a 4/5 vote of the council and will take effect immediately and will be in effect for 45 days. The ordinance does exempt small residential projects of 3 or fewer units. If approved, the ordinance directs staff to return at your next council meeting on October 24th with a request for an extension for an additional 10 months and 15 days for a total of 1 year. This amount of time would allow the city the ability to study the areas of community concern, including traffic, parking, density, building heights, and overall community character. The work will include technical studies, additional community meetings, and opportunities for council to provide staff direction on any necessary revisions to the specific plan. An overview of the work plan will be included with the October 24th item, should the ordinance be approved this evening. And staff is available for any questions you may have.
Any questions for staff at this point? Okay. There we go. Okay, we've got about a dozen cards here. Let's see. We have Spandorio, Calvin Wood, Lisa Vorderbergen. Mr. Spandorio.
Good evening, Council. I'm here on behalf of Innovation Tri-Valley Leadership Group. We're a consortium of the large employers and small employers within the Tri-Valley. Myself and other board members have come and spoken regarding the downtown specific plan and implored you to consider more housing to accommodate the lack of workforce housing that is impeding our businesses in the Tri-Valley, especially in Livermore. We are opposed to the moratorium, and we suggest that that's too blunt of an instrument to achieve laudable goals of listening to the public and seeing what they do want in downtown Livermore. We suggest that perhaps restarting your specific plan process and looking at that and using that process to listen what the public wants and deciding how much housing, where the housing, et cetera. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Spandorio. Calvin Wood, Lisa Vorderbergen, Richard Ryan.
I'm Cal Wood. I'm at 420 Lincoln Avenue. I would like to point out that in spite of the magic number, nobody on the property uses marijuana. That was 420 Lincoln Avenue. I'd like to just review a little bit of history. We first came to Livermore in '61. I went away to teach school a couple of years, came back in '64, and have been here at that address ever since. In the beginning of Livermore, the modern part of Livermore, the City Council and the citizens have exercised a considerable amount of control over developers who wanted to do all kinds of untrammeled development in the city. Sometimes that has gone a little bit overboard, but we've seen in many surrounding communities the effects of developer-driven development. We do not want to end up like Dublin, and to some extent what's happening in Tracy. We would like to continue to see citizens directing what's happening, and particularly in the area downtown. I'm personally looking more for open space with no housing in that block in the middle. one WAG suggested to me that the stretch of road on First Street, between where Old First Street takes off and the overpass, should be renamed the Livermore Canyon, with the 3-story developments on both sides. I think that development is important, and there's an awful lot of development going on, but putting housing right in the downtown area seems to me to be a mistake, because there's lots of infill area right around the downtown which could take a lot of housing. So it seems to me that we ought to truly consider going for open space, perhaps postponing the city council chambers until another time. But my personal view is we need more open space, no housing right in the very downtown block. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Lisa Vorderbergen, Richard Ryan, Nancy Bankhead.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Vorderbregen, and I'm here representing the people and companies that build our homes with the Home Building Association, BIA of Bay Area. We are here not to suggest that anything in the downtown specific plan is either good or bad, but to ask that you consider using some method other than a moratorium to achieve your goal of perhaps relooking at a 12-year-old plan that presumably went through a great deal of public vetting at the time. Your community, your residents will know whether or not that plan is now outdated or not. But using a moratorium is an inappropriate tool to go about doing that. A moratorium is intended for use during emergencies. It's called an urgency ordinance. I cannot see any evidence of an actual immediate threat to public health and safety. And we have concern as the building community that this sends a bad message. I was very heartened to hear the young man talking about President Obama's tools for housing. Because indeed, here in the Bay Area, we do have a crisis. It is a crisis in housing. And for the folks who are trying to live and work in these communities in the same place, it's very, very difficult to do that. So I would urge you to, instead of a moratorium, go through your normal process of developing a downtown specific plan. Maybe your specific plan needs to be updated. That's a decision, obviously, for you all to make. But we have grave concerns about use of the moratorium for this purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vorderbergen. Dick Ryan, Nancy Bankhead, Jacob Schroeder.
Good evening. I would like to support the comments by Splendorio and the previous speaker. It does seem like a moratorium is a blunt instrument to address a problem that is of the council's own making. A moratorium would curtail small-scale developments which don't really have much of an impact upon the overall population of our city. I think it is appropriate that you have launched into a study to look at overall impacts of housing and other things in this specific plan that you're looking at right now, and broaden that to look at the impact throughout the downtown area. That's well called for, and I think that you're on the right track there. But I don't really see the need for an emergency ordinance. I don't see any crisis here. It's a problem that has been developing over a couple of years now, at least, and can be addressed in a less blunt manner. So I would urge you to continue studying the overall impacts and to look beyond the current place that you're now talking about with the downtown and perhaps not invoke this blunt instrument of a moratorium. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Ryan. Nancy Bankhead, Jacob Schroeder, Tom Jefferson.
Nancy Bankhead. I was here a couple of weeks ago, And I'm just getting my project started, and I hate to put the brakes on when we need housing downtown, not housing downtown, but we need the right type of, I'm saying it wrong, I'm sorry. I've been upset tonight. We've got a beautiful downtown, and, you know, staff's working great on it. I think we just need to get together and work on it together instead of putting the brakes on. For me to stop on this process is just really hard. I'm very emotional about it, and I'm trying to do something nice for Livermore. I mean, for myself too, but it all works out in the end for everybody. And I also forgot to say, the pumpkin patches are open from 10 to 6 and 10 to 8, and hundreds of children come there every day. So I'm a true believer in Livermore, and I think we don't need to stop. I think we need to go on. So thank you.
Jacob Schroeder, Tom Jefferson, and Jane King.
Good evening, Council. I'm Jacob Schroeder. I'm a mathematician at the lab, and I'm a renter on South K Street. And my comments regard the effects of not building housing on people of my age. And in particular, I think that we need to think about housing from the perspective of people and how it affects the people that already live here in this town. First of all, the discussions about development always seem to concern people, inanimate objects. We're not talking about people, we're talking about building heights. We're talking about single versus multi-level, multi-family housing. We're not talking about how these decisions affect people with the people at the center of how the decision-making process is being made. So, following from this perspective, I think we can consider housing and whether or not to build housing is coming from a pro-family or an anti-family perspective. This is particularly pertinent to me because I have a 3-year-old child. If I cannot afford to buy a house in Livermore, I'll be forced to move somewhere relatively far away, commuting in my car, being away from my family, and I don't want to do that, and there are many people like me. Right now, there's not enough housing for the people who live and work in Livermore right now. This includes police, firefighters, teachers, and yes, lab employees such as myself. Every decision the council makes relating to whether or not housing can be built relates to this question: can families already here stay here? And this includes a moratorium, which really consists of just a modest number of housing in downtown. And it's been planned and studied quite extensively. In short, every house not built makes it more difficult for young families to stay here. If anti-development forces win and reduce the number of housing units built, it actually changes the character of the town dramatically. Housing prices are already very expensive, $800,000, $900,000 on average. That's not a typical person. Livermore will turn into a bedroom community of people commuting to San Jose and Silicon Valley, because that's where the salaries will be that can support that. I don't want Livermore to turn into a bedroom community of people commuting. In closing, I'd like to recount some history. The population of Livermore went from 16,000 people to 48,000 people from 1960 to 1980. And this is when the older generation moved here. And they got to build so extensively. They increased the population of the town by a factor of 3 to accommodate their housing needs. You can see that in all the developments from the 60s and 70s. All that my generation is asking is that we be allowed to build a fraction of that housing. Can anyone imagine what the Friends of Livermore would say if we asked to triple the population of Livermore? It would be, the outcry would be ridiculous, but that's what happened in the past. And my generation just would like to have a small fraction of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. Tom Jefferson, Jane King, Andrew Barker.
Good evening. My name is Tom Jefferson. But since this is a government meeting, I'll say I am Thomas Jefferson. This moratorium proposal is really quite unique. I've never heard anything about it. I've only lived in Livermore like 40 or 50 years. And it's just very interesting. The moratorium justification suggests, quote, "a current and immediate threat to the public health, safety, and welfare." On my recent trips downtown, I've been able to find a parking space, welfare. I felt safe. I've never been beaten or robbed. Safety. And I did not I did not get the plague. Now, the issues brought up to justify the moratorium should have been discussed way back before going out proposals where Lennar was selected as the developer for the former Lucky downtown property. Many people have said, many people have said the downtown proposal has way too much housing. And I'm one of those people. And I'm also a mathematician. Yet, in August, Mayor Marchand and council members Gary and Turner voted against decreasing the amount of public housing, the amount of residential housing downtown to fewer than 50% of what Lennar had proposed. Now, the communities group plan, that's the one alternate plan that you've seen in the Independent, I'm sure, because I'm sure everyone here reads the Independent. The most recent one looks so much nicer, open space. I mean, just comparing the two is just unbelievably different. Now, one of the justifications, I'll skip that. I think the moratorium does seem like a fine idea. It's, I think you should do it. Urgency, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Our attorney will decide that, I suppose. Its timing a month before the election might be coincidental, but I wonder about that. Anyway, carry on.
Thanks, Jefferson. Chan King, Andrew Barker, Deb Mann.
Mayor, council, staff, the process has been terrible, okay? The council has done it wrong. You've done it backwards. You haven't studied it first before. You haven't asked the public what they want. I support the moratorium because you haven't done it correctly now, and so let's take time out and see what it's doing. But I don't believe that the promoters who are promoting this moratorium are doing it for any other reason than for political reasons, and they cannot be relied upon to stick to it. It would have made more sense to have had a moratorium a year ago. And a year ago in June, citizens came and they asked for workshops, and yet it took until the following July before there was a workshop. The $100,000 studies that are being done will delay the action already, so that we really don't need the moratorium. But it's amazing that the council, after a year, recognizes now that there is a problem. The council majority has declined to take action in this year. Now, under the pressure of an election campaign, they now propose a temporary moratorium. That's good, but it should be a new council that actually decides what to do with the downtown, because the present majority has shown them to be unreliable. So I do support the moratorium, and I hope that a new council will manage things much better. And in answering the previous person who said that Livermore grew threefold in the 60s and the 70s, I was here in the 60s and the 70s. There were double sessions of schools, and things were not working right, and at that time the citizens came forward with their SAVE initiative and said, this is too much, we don't want that. And the same thing is holding forth in the city of the citizens now. We're saying this is too much, we don't want it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. Andrew Barker, Deb Mann, Lauren Dunlop.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Barker. I rent an apartment in Livermore. In August, we had some meetings, some very well-attended meetings about the downtown plan, and a large number of people came up and said things like, well, I don't want housing on this block. I don't want housing in this particular place. It's okay to have housing on, for example, the Growth Brothers lot across L Street. That was something that probably, 600 people said. And then when it came my turn to speak, I came before this council and I said, I'm listening to these people and I don't believe it. They say they'd like housing maybe some other place, some other block, but when it actually comes down to it, no one's going to want housing anywhere, or at least the people who are speaking most loudly. And now we come to this urgency measure, which all of a sudden is going to ban housing on the Growth Brothers lot, for example, for no reason, even though, for example, Mr. Wood, who spoke earlier, was only speaking about this particular downtown block, even though he was speaking in favor of this moratorium, but this moratorium extends over a much larger area than that. Another thing is this item that's coming before the council is an urgency measure. The California Government Code permits an urgency measure for immediate threats to public health, safety, and welfare. Another supporter of this moratorium, Mr. Jefferson, didn't think it was actually an emergency measure. I also don't think it's an urgency measure, and I think it's fairly ridiculous for you to say so. In fact, when you asked your council to put together this ordinance, they quoted those words from the California Government Code, immediate threat to public health, safety, and welfare, and then the first threat they listed was aesthetics. Aesthetics. Maybe I need to go into some detail here. Aesthetics are not an immediate threat to public health. I shouldn't have to say that, but apparently I do. Parking availability is not a threat to public safety. It's not a threat to our public welfare if a hotel is on one side of Livermore Avenue or the other. It is not a threat to public safety if we don't have some kind of flexible meeting space downtown. For this council to pretend that the inconvenience and aesthetic preferences of a bunch of rich, entitled homeowners is some kind of emergency is a farce. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barker. Doug Mann, Ron Dunlop, John Stein.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I'm Doug Mann. I support your moratorium. I've had a lot of thoughts about this. It's strange. I see the issue of the downtown development as hopefully coming to a rest, but a lot of times when things are in a very wild state of affairs, they don't come to rest easily. I do recall, a couple months ago when we were down there having the meeting on this, Councilmember Spadofsky introduced a very benign request. It was along the lines of what I had already asked, and that is, don't study things you don't need to study. And he just said, look, let's study less housing. Having clearly heard the public's voice that we're not going to allow a lot of housing down there on that parking lot. And he got very lukewarm response to that from council. I was sorry to see that happen, and I wish that could have been the beginning of the settling of the issue, but it wasn't. And I hope that you can agree on this, far more intense, measure, action. Look. I think that what's happening here, as I say, I hope we are coming together with, well, let's see, I've obviously lost my train of thought here. I wish, first of all, I asked before if we could only study things that we should be studying. And if what I'd like you to, in your deliberations, ask for is an accounting. There's $100,000 basically that's in the general fund that I don't know if any of you know how much of that has been spent for the studies, but I think it's important to save as much of that as possible so that you can study exactly what you end up wanting to study. There is no rush to develop this parcel. I had an excellent conversation with Eric, and it's so nice that we own this, that we're not paying any interest on it, that the expenses are about equal to the income that we get for it right now. And we could talk about this for a number of years with no problem, with no consequence. It's a great parking lot, ugly, but useful. I'm really happy that we're not rushing in to making any mistakes. Or hopefully we're settling down to that point of view with all 5 of you, that we can have consensus that we're just not going to rush anymore. And we're going to take all the time that we can to come up with something that the people really want for the downtown. And it may be housing, but it also might be no project.
Thanks, Mr. Mann. William Dunlop, John Stein, Mickey Moe.
Bill Dunlop, live at 2675 St. Helena Court. And Mayor Marchant and council members, I'd like to comment on your recent proposal to have this 45-day urgent temporary moratorium on residential construction in downtown. For over a year now, we've been urging you to reconsider and further study what was to be done with only the 8 acres downtown. It seems a little odd that now you are requiring an urgent moratorium on residential construction in all of downtown. I celebrate your thought to carefully study relevant issues before a decision is made on what to do with the city's and developers' proposal on the 8 acres in the center of town. Given the concern you are expressing now, why did council members Stu Geary and Lorraine Turner, along with the mayor, vote down an August 8th motion provided by the other 2 council members to reduce the proposed 260 units by half or more? The surprise is that now this question that has been before us for months has turned into an urgent issue the day the ballots are mailed out to for the city council election. I personally prefer that you bring well-thought-out proposals that are intended to improve the workings of our city. However, the urgent proposal that was given at the previous board meeting appears to have little value. It seems to be aimed at providing more time to analyze the downtown project that has been under study and discussion for over a year. On August 8th, in effect, you voted to place the project on hold for 4 to 7 months so further studies could be completed. Although you will have discussion and perhaps a vote on this issue tonight, it seems to be of little use, as you already have in place commitment to further study the downtown development at the center of downtown. But you're also stopping other residential development. The concern has always been putting a massive housing from Livermore Avenue to L Street up to 5 stories high on the very site that many think should become a green town square. Putting some development around the town square was not the issue. Our group certainly was never opposed to it. Why are you choosing to block all residential development? I'm in favor of the earlier proposal, which is to study the implications of the downtown project on the 8 acres, but would like to see new council members involved in this after the election is completed, ones who would listen to the community every day and not just before an election. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunlop. John Stein, Mickey Moe, Jason Bezos.
John Stein, 1334 Cathy Court. There has been, I think, a flawed process in deciding how to develop the former Lucky site. I think a moratorium will allow a reboot, a chance to restart the process, look at various options, everything from housing to a town square to a hotel to parking, and also look at the costs and benefits. For the public to make a rational decision, they need to know what the source of funds will be and how much these various options will cost, and perhaps some mix of options can be found that will bring a consensus. I think, doing the moratorium on the downtown is worthwhile. In 2004, I attended the specific plan meetings, and there was an overwhelming pressure at that time by the council and the people they appointed to squeeze as much housing into the downtown as possible to provide the tax increments to fund a regional theater. And at that time, all traffic standards were removed. There was concern about parking, forcing out commercial, but that plan passed. I think it would be worthwhile to look at a new plan for the entire downtown, balancing housing, commercial, and perhaps tourism. Also, this would offer time, and I would urge you to consider delaying the relocation of the railroad depot to a place where it will not be visible to the public. Putting it next to 1880s type rolling stock would make a lot more sense than putting it next to 1980s rolling stock, the Ace train, which is probably 3 or 4 times the size of the locomotives that came to Livermore when the depot was built. Also, we do need housing, but people are under the impression that building more housing in Livermore will lower the prices, and that's probably not correct. Shea is building 500 units out near the college. K&B is building 500 units off of Vasco, and there are probably another 300 units under construction in other locations in the city, and prices are not coming down. It's a regional problem, and there needs to be a lot more housing in the Central Bay, and they don't seem willing or able to do that. I mean, and to ask Livermore to, essentially absorb housing for other areas is not economically feasible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Nikki Lowe, Jason Bezos.
Good evening. My name is Nikki No. I'm at 3922 Yale Way. I moved to Livermore in 1968, and after a stint at Stanford, came back for good in 1969. I have, for the last few years, due to family considerations, had to be going back and forth 6 months here, 6 months in Wisconsin. I live in Yale Way, so when I come out to downtown, I come out behind the school and out through Inman. I can't tell you the surprise I had. When I left, there were these big machines working out on that area north of First Street. And when I came back, there were a ton of housing that looked like tomorrow's tenements. I'm sorry, but when you have a front step of a unit only 4 feet from the curbing of First Street, that is a safety issue. In those areas where the parking goes inland, you couldn't have children there. The spacing between those units is terrible. So I would like to, I'm really hoping that this moratorium will allow someone to think more in terms of housing. I'm all for infilling. I'm all for that. But do it reasonably. Do it with a distance between units where people don't have to be one on top of the other and don't have to be hearing conversations from their neighbors. and where children don't have to fall down the stairs of their front door into a busy street. Now, that's what's happened, and it's already there. I wouldn't like to see any more of that kind of thing happening. Therefore, I am for the moratorium, and I'm for a consideration for people to have housing that's reasonable and safe, rather than having the remuneration of taxes be the first concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Noe. Finally, last card, Jason Bezos. Mr. Bezos.
Yeah, good evening again. I support this temporary short-term moratorium. The community and city staff need this pause. Residential development pressures are exacerbating a historic preservation crisis in downtown Livermore, and I believe that this is a threat to community welfare. There's a 2003 survey of historic resources that it identified 13 national historic resources in the downtown area. 2 are now under threat because of potential housing projects. And I want to thank Mayor Marchand and Vice Mayor Gary at the last meeting for their thoughtful discussion about historic preservation policy in Livermore and possible reforms at the September 26th meeting. The first site that's under threat is the Southern Pacific Depot, and I want to echo John Stein's concerns about moving it, relocating it. Lennar now plans high-density flats at that location, and it's been a train depot on that site since this community was founded back in 1870. The first building burned down. This is the second building from 1892, but it's always been a housing depot, and it was the access to the community. But and also, the mayor asked at the last meeting, asked community development director Paul Spence if the depot is a landmark. Mr. Spence said no. It is, in fact, I believe, a local landmark, and I think that needs to be looked into. There's a plaque on the building that says City of Livermore Historic Preservation Landmark. So I think that gives some indication, and my concern is that it calls into question the adequacy of the CEQA analyses for concerning the depot and the relocation project, if it is, in fact, a local landmark. So that's one concern there. The Wagner Winery, I'm also concerned because the downtown specific plan says that National Historic Resources can only be demolished under very special circumstances when necessary to achieve a public benefit of community-wide significance. Now, the city claimed the first benefit is the demolition itself, which I think is outrageous. Because generally speaking, you can put a chain link fence around a building if it's considered dangerous or whatever temporarily to stabilize it, and it's demolition by neglect. It's a common issue with historic preservation policy. The second one was buried in the resolution text, Resolution 128. The secondary benefit was to clear the site for residential redevelopment. And yet, and now we're talking today about putting a pause on this. So, I mean, if that was necessary to demolish that building because of residential development, it also calls into question and I asked the Historic Preservation Commission to look into that. No one really looked into these findings. It was just the council, and you can tell it's probably news to a lot of you. The city staff literally made up the justifications for demolishing the winery building. They conflated structural integrity with historical integrity in order to avoid triggering an EIR. It was willful blindness on the part of city staff, the HPC, and the council, and intellectually dishonest. That building is historically significant. I think everyone in the community agreed to that. And so I don't understand the urgency to approving the demolition if there's no plan in place, and I think there should also be a moratorium on disturbing historic resources downtown, and that's why I'm asking that you reconsider the approval of the demolition later today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bezos. Okay, that's the last of the cards that I have for the public comment. It's 9 o'clock, and 9 o'clock is typically when we take about a 5-minute break. So let's go and take 10 minutes. See you back here at 9:15. Okay, so we went through the public comment period, and another card has shown up. So let me call Anna Paula Salas. She wished to address the council tonight.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm also part of a small family, a young family that resides in this town. And like many others that have spoken here, I'm an employee at the laboratory, not a mathematician, but a statistician. And care deeply about this town. This is where I started to raise my young family, and this is where I intend to, to stay and raise my family. I do not quite understand why we have come to the point of having a moratorium on the on the development of downtown. But given that's the one tool that we have right now to use to reevaluate and take more citizens' input into consideration, I support it. But what I want to bring up is that I've heard other community members say that mention the housing crisis, the price of housing here. I am sensitive to that because having a young family, I am directly affected by that. But I do not think that putting housing in this 8 acres of downtown will solve our crisis. It will not even make a small dent in the problem that we have right now, but what I think it will do is irreparably damage the heart of our downtown. The area is in the center of the downtown. It's what makes Livermore, so young, so lively. It really is what it's in the core of our town, and I'm afraid that if we commit now to a lot of housing in that area, we're going to become more resembling of what Dublin is. It's just going to be a lot of dense housing in an area that could be a point of community pride, an area that could be, it could be a place for community to come together. And so I would just like to voice my opinion about that and ask the current council to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salas. Excuse me. Okay, with that, that concludes the public comment period. What I'd like to do first is to go back and see if there are any questions before we go to have a discussion. Councilmember Warner.
Yeah, I've got one to start with, and then I might come back around after listening to more, because I think this is a significant step and want to understand it. And the first thing is there were several comments about the definition of when you can call a moratorium and the urgency and the threats and all of that. And I'd like to ask the city attorney to just give us a little bit of a context of what we're able to do tonight or possibly think about, and what the criteria are.
Certainly. Thank you, Councilmember Warner. Jason Alcala, your city attorney. What you have before you tonight is the exercise of what we call your police power. That's your power to make ordinances and laws to protect the public's health, safety, and welfare. That's the fundamental underpinning for your land use authority. By statute, you have before you tonight an opportunity pursuant to Government Code 65-858. It says if you determine in your discretion that there is a threat to the immediate threat to the public's health, safety, and welfare proposed by a project, or that you believe there's impacts that need to be addressed, you can adopt a moratorium. The initial moratorium is for 45 days. That is a legislative act that is granted great deference by the courts through the separation of powers. So you've articulated so far, based upon your last meeting, what you thought the threats were, which were to the aesthetics, to the density, if someone were to build under your current standards in your existing downtown specific plan.
And the reason for the 45 days?
That is to have an initial review, and then to come back and you have an opportunity after that initial review to determine whether you need to extend that moratorium to do more comprehensive studying. Absent that extension can go up to an additional 10 months and 15 days.
Okay, and the reason that I was asking this question is that we had some speakers, question whether this was a legitimate thing to do, I think is the way I would interpret it. And we've also had some speakers talk about whether there must be some alternative. Well, why not just reopen the downtown specific plan, and that would be sufficient? And this is, again, I want to ask this question, is that we have a downtown specific plan. People have commented on it as was developed 12 years ago. There was considerable public input at that time. Things have changed in terms of people's desires for what should happen downtown. But if we don't put in the moratorium, then it's my understanding that any developer could put in a project under the current downtown specific plan, which is apparently not what people want at the moment. And so that the reason for a moratorium would be to make sure that we have adequate time to think about how to revise the downtown specific plan, and in the meantime, we're not getting more projects that are contrary to where we might want to go. Is that the thought here?
That is correct. If you were to go through the normal Downtown Pacific Plan revision process, that is a multi-month process. Any application that was deemed complete and submitted during that process would be available to develop based upon those standards that currently exist within your Downtown Pacific Plan.
So if we want to take a time out, and I think some speakers have said that they're looking to have that, and it seems to make sense, and that they can comment one way or another as to how we got here and what it means, but we are where we are. Is there any other alternative to a moratorium that would allow us to take a less strong approach that would also prevent us from being involved in projects that we don't want necessarily when all is said and done?
No. If you are concerned that projects similar to what is being considered on the 8 acres, and actually much more intense, which is permitted on other sites in your downtown, if your concern is that those projects don't meet the community's goals and standards any longer, there is not another mechanism to prevent those private property owners from developing their property in the interim while we consider revisions to the ordinance.
Right, and the current densities are considerably higher than what was even proposed in for the core downtown, right, in terms of these things. So we're talking about significant, from all the public input that we've heard, major changes to the downtown plan, is my understanding as well. Is that?
What you ultimately, go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, we allow up to 50 dwelling units per acre on a number of sites in the downtown. That is more than was proposed on the Livermore Village site, or the old Lucky site. We have housing allowed through the bulk of the downtown, which ranges from about 18 to 20 units to the acre, which is what you see on the Brighton site, up to 50 units to the acre.
Okay. I just wanted to sort of make sure I understood the context for what we're talking about. Thank you.
Some were just asked. One of my remaining ones is there's testimony paraphrasing the modest number of units left in the downtown plan. Approximately how many unbuilt allocations are left in the DSP?
So the downtown specific plan allows a maximum build out of 3,600 units. I think we have, I don't know an exact number, but less than 1,000 units built in the downtown today. So there's a substantial available capacity under the downtown plan.
And we also heard testimony to the effect we're stopping small projects. Would you remind us what's before us in the proposal to not stop small projects and projects substantially complete?
So we have two mechanisms. One is projects less than 4 units are allowed to move forward. So this would be someone's secondary dwelling unit in the backyard. It might be a duplex or even a triplex. So a small scale project could move forward. We've also proposed to exempt projects that are already in process. We have only 2. We have the Brighton project final phase, which will be coming back to you at your next meeting. And then we have a project on Chestnut, which is a mixed income, partially affordable project that's been in process for some time.
And the last question for the city attorney, it takes the 4/5 because the state imposes, let me back up. We asked the question last meeting, could we just move to a planning moratorium on residential? And I believe your answer was no. The way the state sets up the process, we have to start with a 45-day urgency. It's a 2-step move. I think you said it, but maybe not quite as clearly to Councilmember Warner's question. Is my understanding correct?
That is correct. It starts off with an initial 45-day that can be extended a first time for 10 months, 15 days, and it can be extended a third time beyond that for an additional year.
And because it starts with an urgency, it has to be 4/5.
That is correct.
And what's it take to stop it at the point that we feel, any future council feels, the goals were met of the planning pause?
So one way is through the expiration of its existing term, which you inquired about just now, which is if the council believes that the findings leading up to the moratorium those immediate threats have been addressed, the city council can then, with again, another 4/5 vote, end the moratorium.
Thank you.
Again, questions? Councilor Spilowski?
So there's no non-urgent moratorium process? We can't go through a, I don't know if I'm using the correct term, but a regular moratorium?
No, your regular process, this is an alternative to your regular process.
So other than that, it would be then scheduling a time to open up the downtown specific plan with public comment, and that's the only other tool that we have?
That is correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Turner? With the, you said that less than 1,000 units have been built out of the original downtown specific plan of 3,600. As I recall, there was a check back provision in there after a certain number of housing units was built. Do you recall what that number was?
I think it was between 1,400 and 2,000 units.
There are actually two different check-ins. The check-in is actually 1,400 units, and the 2,000 units is the maximum amount of allocations that were granted out of your growth management system, and those are both natural check-in points. They're cumulative.
Okay, very good, thank you. Okay, discussion. Start back down at your end, I'll be consistent.
Can I pass for a second and go the other way? I haven't got my thoughts yet.
Okay.
Well, I started the discussion last meeting, so it's probably appropriate I go next and restate my reasons and request. This didn't happen in my thinking on the downtown planning overnight. As many in here know, over a year and a half ago at a council planning workshop, I questioned moving ahead with just the city-owned parcel and how that could be integrated with traffic and environmental planning across all the needs of the downtown specific plan. The collective wisdom was to move ahead. We went through multiple hearings. We've had multiple resident inputs, resulting in a organ rejection to high-density housing on the city parcel, resulting in staff telling us the 12-year-old downtown specific plan, traffic and environmental numbers have to be updated before any further application or downsizing can be updated on the city parcel. Now, by logical extension, if we can't immediately process any type of plan for the city parcel, how can we handle parallel project proposals in the rest of the downtown? I was motivated to bring this up literally on the same day of the council meeting last week because I had espoused area-wide planning and I had concerns that our traffic and environmental systems today, given the thriving entertainment theater district downtown, probably the math will return not supporting the number of traffic and environmental issues. And until we get those numbers, how can we process any housing application? I called staff and said, how do we hit the pause button on dwelling unit density? And the answer came back, the only way to hit the pause button in developers getting entitlements to go ahead regardless. And the next thought that struck me was, we try to be, the law requires we be fair to landowners and applicants. So if we ended up in a place where the community says, shove the housing off 3 parcels, and the next 3 parcels want it, but the community says somehow no there, to the younger generations in here, if we don't have a calibrated traffic and environmentally sound number of housing units, through successive planning by parcel, which I think is destructive, we're just going to shove the subject right out of the downtown. The net result will be a loss of community balance. I think it's critical. We hit the pause at this point on residential, go back to the traffic and environmental numbers, go back to the reasons the DSP wanted numbers that high. I believe they were economically driven. The DSP then couldn't have begun to imagine 12 years ago, many of you were there, the success of the downtown. And I don't see how we have the carrying capacity. And so my reasons for promoting the moratorium are strictly, we can't otherwise control what's in the pipeline. And while community aesthetic is important, it's but part of the equation. And ultimately, under the law, we're going to process applicants per the density they've been envisioned and are entitled to apply for, and then apply the environmental regulations. So I just felt the only way out at this point in not just the downtown parcel planning was to do this. My request last meeting included a comprehensive proposal by staff to engage the community on housing in the downtown, not just the city parcel, housing across the downtown, so we can calibrate it across the remaining developable parcels. And literally that morning of that council meeting, I received a call from someone being evicted and wanting city help on one of the large parcels. That night, we had another housing possible application coming before us in another part of the downtown. The economy is strong. We're going to continue to get housing conversations. We heard split testimony tonight, both generational, economic, and perspective of what the downtown has to be. Given the community focus even tonight over a moratorium is up in the air over housing, how can we just proceed and pretend the only parcel to plan housing on is the downtown, city-owned acreage? I just submit to my peers, we need to hit the pause button and do it all and do it right, or we're going to end up worse off a year from now, regardless of who's sitting up here.
Okay. Councilor Ospinowski.
I'd like to punt on this end as well.
Punt, okay.
I really do. I feel like I need to hear
Okay.
other thoughts before. Sorry.
That's okay. I'm ready to go. I both respectfully agree and disagree with what Councilmember Geary, or Vice Mayor Geary has to say. But I have a few other comments I wanted to talk about. First off, Ms. King mentioned and said we don't need a moratorium. Thank you, I agree. But there were other comments that have been made tonight. First off, Mr. Mann said that we voted against Councilmember Spadowski's reduction by 50% of the housing. Of course I did, because I don't have enough information. The right number for that one block might be 1. It might be 55. I don't know the right number until I have more input from staff. I am trying to listen to the citizens and be responsible and respectful for what you guys want. I had hundreds of people that night saying they don't want anything on that parcel. I have others that said they want a lot. We don't have enough information. We need more community engagement. I agree. But that's why I said no to that, because I didn't want to be held to a specific number for housing. I'm not ready for that yet. This is a long process. People say we move too fast, and then they get mad when we go slow. We can't do it one way or the other. We try to engage you. I don't think there's a single person in this room that does not know how to contact me. If so, please contact me at the end of this meeting. I'll give you my email. It's on the city website. Community engagement goes 2 ways. When we got into August, I emailed every single citizen in Livermore who has ever emailed me and asked them, what do you want in that parcel? That was me listening to you. So that's my rant. Sorry, just had to get that off my chest. Now I'm going to talk about the moratorium specifically. The moratorium guidelines say we need to have a health, safety, and welfare crisis, basically. I don't find that to be true. We need an immediate threat. I don't find that to be true. The only parcel people have talked about in the last year and a half is this little tiny 8-acre parcel. We own it. We can say don't develop it. We haven't sold it. We have control of that parcel. There is no immediate threat. However, absolutely, the downtown specific plan needs to be revisited. I've been hemming and hawing and picking at that for years. It is old. It was created at a time when we had a lot of the people in this room saying more housing, more housing, more housing. They've changed their minds for a very good reason. The housing was needed before. It's not needed to support the theater, and the downtown has changed. The downtown is a much different place than we had before. We need to be careful with our downtown. It is probably the heart of our city. Civic Center, I would say, is the brain. And then we have lots of legs and other things and circulatory systems that sometimes get clogged. And so we need to fix it, and we need to look at it from a systemic standpoint. So absolutely we need to revisit the downtown specific plan. Absolutely for the entire downtown and look at traffic. Yes, I asked for traffic studies because I had hundreds of citizens say we're worried about traffic. So that's why at that August meeting, I asked for a traffic study and another parking study because, the people of Livermore said we want it. So that's us listening, okay? So yes, on comprehensive planning, yes, 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 on revisiting the downtown specific plan, but I do not find that we have met the guidelines of what is required for a moratorium, and I believe that the folks up here and whatever council, if the face looks different, will not protect our downtown. We've got good people here. We've got good people out there. We've got people that feel passionately about our town. We do need to get all sides together, sit down and have a bunch of conversations and work together to develop our downtown. That's all I have to say. See, you chose to go after me.
It's Bobby hunting, so I'll take it. I'll take the punt back. All right. See if I can run it back 20 yards here. One thing I want to make sure is clear, and I brought this up at our last meeting when I discussed the minutes from the meeting in August. And it's been talked about tonight, and people have been writing about it in the paper. And I just want to make sure it's very clear. At least the original motion that I made was 50% or less. If I wasn't clear on the second motion, it might be because we were getting very late and cranky, and there was, people were starting to leave. But that motion that I made for the 50% or less was based on two factors. One, the outpouring of public opposition to that amount of density, and two, asking the developer and having them come up and literally asking them, if we reduce the housing by half, do you walk away, and is this a complete reboot? And they said basically no. So those were my two deciding factors. It wasn't an arbitrary decision. I just didn't come up with the number out of the air. I thought that if we were going to study anything, we should at least look at the impacts half or less. So just wanted to make sure that was clear because it's come up several times. But I too am having problems making the necessary findings. I wish there was a non-urgent moratorium or some other method, but I do believe we would be within our rights if we did call it an urgent moratorium. I think we have the legal precedents to call it an urgent moratorium, but in this case, I think just because we can doesn't mean that we should. I'm having problems with the, defining them as imminent threats to public health, safety, and welfare. So I do believe we need to restart the specific plan, the downtown specific plan process. We need to take a comprehensive look. I felt that way for a while, and I do think we need a reboot, but I just can't make the necessary findings for the term urgency.
So I actually think that it was my understanding from what I just asked the attorney that we do have the authority and discretion to do this, and that I do believe that we need to rethink the downtown specific plan, and that if we run the risk now that the longer we wait, if we don't declare the moratorium, we're into a very long process on the downtown specific plan. I think that given the divergence of opinion that we've heard tonight and all the other nights, those for high density, those for no density, and places in between, that as long as the current downtown plan is in place with the, I would consider, very high densities and maybe too tall of structures, that we are going to do ourselves in. So I strongly urge you to consider that that's a significant risk, that it does constitute under the rules. I mean, the language is a little strong, but the way the rules are and how it can be interpreted, it's the only option we've got. And if we don't do it, we're going down this path of piecemeal thinking, and it's not going to end up in a good place. So I'm very much in favor of the moratorium. I've had to think it through. It's not an easy thing, but the alternative really bothers me. And that, given the fact that the community is highly divided, we're just not anywhere near coming to a consensus and some kind of agreement in any short period of time, in my mind. And not declaring the moratorium, we're just going to get a bunch of stuff happening that we're going to have very little discretion on under the current rules. So I urge you to vote for it.
My turn. Okay, so we've heard very clearly from a lot of people over the last couple of months that traffic is a concern. There's too much traffic, too much congestion, and people have specifically said traffic is a safety issue, and that's what we're talking about tonight, is we can't let the process run away at this point. This is why we need the moratorium in place, is so that we have an opportunity to hit pause and to reconsider the downtown specific plan. Now, this is I will tell you, it's been a surreal experience for me tonight, because I see people rewriting history and trying to rewrite what has gone before. I was on the 2004 General Plan Review Committee, and we worked very hard to work the general plan, and there were several iterations. The downtown specific plan was held out and wasn't part of that. But we heard the original downtown specific plan, and there have been a number of reboots, and there was the 2004, the 2006, 2009, 2013, 2014 reboot. And the subsequent EIR in 2009, it actually stated, and it's in the staff report, to encourage infill growth, because we had passed the urban growth boundary in 2002, which everybody up here is absolutely supportive of the urban growth boundary, to encourage infill growth near existing infrastructure and services rather than greenfield development beyond the urban growth boundary, and to establish the downtown specific plan area as the most intensely developed part of the city. This was in the downtown specific plan that went through a number of years and an incredible process, public transparency, and what has been surreal for me, because I checked my notes, and there were a number of people here that spoke tonight that said there should be no housing in the downtown, and at a previous meeting said that they favored over 400 housing units on this very site to wrap around a 2,000-seat regional theater. So we talk about long-range planning. That's what we have to do. We have to plan years in advance to ensure that we've got sufficient infrastructure to do this. So I absolutely agree with Vice Mayor Gary that the time has come to hit reboot. But remember, we did, in fact, listen to the community. The people in this audience tonight that are saying that there's too many housing units here originally told this council that they supported over 400 housing units. Now, the city council recognized that that was too many. So when we went with the market-driven plan, and the reason we did that is we've heard a number of people say tonight, well, there's plenty of time. There's no rush for this. But what we heard very clearly in August is people want parking solutions now. They don't want to wait 10 or 14 years to plan this. They want solutions now. And that was a lot of the reason behind looking at a market-driven plan, is that we knew it could happen. If you look at the rendering, that community group rendering, there's a little asterisk on the right-hand side in the bottom dark corner that says feasibility to be determined. The city council can't do that. We have to deal with plans that are in fact feasible. We can't propose something and then try to figure out whether or not it's feasible or not. It has to be feasible. It has to be sustainable. And when we listened to the community, not that many years ago, when they said they wanted 400 housing units in the downtown, wrapping a 2,000-seat regional theater, we did the traffic planning for them. We did the traffic study then. Well, now that we have, and we weren't that far off, because we reduced the housing by 40%. And when the Lennar draft plan came to the city, it had 260 housing units. On July 14th, the community group plan had 251 housing units. So obviously the plan was pretty well calibrated, because both sides, which are diametrically opposed right now, were almost in absolute agreement. We were only 9 units apart. We've had public workshops since then. The city council, as I pointed out a number of times, we can't make decisions behind closed doors. Everything that we do, we have to do in public. And that's what we're doing right now. We are absolutely transparent, and we go through a public process. There has been no public process and no transparency on the community group plan. None. There have been no public meetings. They drafted that on the kitchen table. We can't do that. That's why it says feasibility to be determined, is because they don't know. The city council has to be able to build a project that's going to work. We've absolutely heard from the community. We understand that the community, even though they told us a few years ago that they wanted more housing and the most dense, intensely developed part of the city, that's what we planned for, because that's what the community told us. So now we've heard that the community has changed its mind. We can't pivot that quickly, but now this is why we've heard from the community. They have concerns about traffic, concerns about safety, and that's why I think it's appropriate that we implement a moratorium so that we stay ahead of the process, that we can hit pause, we can reboot the downtown specific plan, and then set up a process. We're working this as we go. So now we can start to set up the process, but we can't let it get ahead of us. So we need to ensure that we put a moratorium in place, stop the new applications coming in, and then we can develop another public process where the community can have their input to determine what they want and what they want now. So I absolutely am in support of the moratorium, because we need to reboot, we need to recalibrate. We've done a number of studies before. Yes, we voted against the initial motion to reduce the housing by 50%, but I didn't have the data at that point, or more or less. I didn't have the data at the time, and the time is now to hit pause and to collect that data. So we absolutely are listening to the public, but when the public changes its mind, we can't move that quickly. So that's why the time has come to hit pause, implement the moratorium, and then develop the process to re-engage the public to find a solution. So I will absolutely support a moratorium and would be willing to entertain a motion in that regard.
Well, I'll move it. I asked for the council's indulgence to figure out how to plan the multiple projects underway. And I can count, and all I can say is we're going to have a very difficult time dealing with ongoing residential applications given the shaky foundation that's 12 years old. But having said that, I'll move for the moratorium and see what happens.
I'll second it and just ask people to really ask themselves if they're comfortable with the densities in the current downtown specific plan. And
Any further discussion on the motion?
Well, since we're,
Go ahead.
you passed your time. No, I'm teasing.
No.
It's okay. Since we're talking yet again before we vote, yes, we're all concerned about high densities, but this is not an overnight problem. We've had this plan for years and years and years. And that's why I don't find an urgent sense that this moment that we have to pull such a brutal and blunt instrument out of our toolbox. We have excellent planners and we have an excellent team at the city, and thus I can't support it.
One other thing that I want to add, and it adds a level of comfort with the current plan for me, is the after approval of 1,400 new units, and we're at about 1,000 right now, maybe not, and that's okay, Paul. But so it's not like we don't have the potential of over 2,000 units being built overnight. At that 1,400 level. It says the council shall review the progress of the implementation plan unless there is a compelling reason not to at the time. The city council should consider increasing the maximum number of dwelling units from the 2004 base number up to 3,259. So right now we're at 14 and we're about 400 away. I know that is of concern to a lot of people, and yes, it would be an impact to our downtown, but I just don't see it as an emergency. So at least that we have that fallback built in.
Yeah, there are two things here. One is the number of units, but the other is the style, because we've heard of the comment about we should rename the area Livermore Canyons. I mean, there's more to it than just the number. It's how you do it, and that's what will determine what our downtown looks like forever. So there's more to it than just the number, and that's not sufficient out.
Right. Well, so we do have some discretion over some of the aspects of what they're talking about, and going into the canyon, I heard and I noticed very little impact with the development to the south of First Street. I didn't hear as many comments. I wasn't on the council at the time, but those units that share a wall and have bigger gaps and wider open spaces, I think some people, had very positive comments about that. Hey, it looks, I like the steps leading up into the buildings. There are some design features that are actually attractive. Now, in retrospect, the development to the north of that, the most recent one, Brighton? Is that it? Yeah, sorry. I do think, though, that the separate units creates that Star Wars trench run feel. I remember driving through that after, and I saw that on the Planning Commission and I approved it. And I drove through it when it was being developed, and I thought, okay, at any moment now somebody's going to tell me to turn off my sensor and use the Force to fire the shot into the Death Star, because it really did feel. It's better now that there are some landscape features and it's actually done. But at the time, I'll admit, I said, oh my God, this is too dense. So I think we do have discretion where, we can say we want them built a certain way. And with 400 units, I believe that, worst case scenario, if it does come to pass, that we don't get this downtown specific plan update completed by then, I think we could still do 400 units well in the downtown area. So that's where it comes down to me.
It's interesting that you say that we can add another 400 units without a problem. However, we found that the community was very concerned over 260 units, and they felt that that was too much. So to allow another 400 and to not have the control that we can then decide, well, we can reboot the entire process. So that's to give the community a sense of security that, yes, the city has heard them, they are concerned about traffic, and they are concerned about safety, and with the moratorium, they have a sense of surety that the city council is serious, it has heard them, and that we will reboot the downtown specific plan, and it's not going to get ahead of us.
And you said the word control, which I think is very specific to that site, because we control that site, and I think that was part of the major issue, is the densities on a city-owned site where there are other things that we can do with the downtown site potentially, with a bit more research, and you tasked me with finding foundations and other sources of funding, and since that council meeting, I realized, that will take some time. I would like to, at some point, report on some of the progress, but that's going to take time to develop, and it's about the city-owned and what we control on that site and the central location. There are areas on the downtown specific plan that are kind of, that are further out that could have a certain number of units. So it's not just the number of units, it's the number of units and that particular location of which we control.
And that's why I think it's important to look at the whole downtown as the whole plan, as Vice Mayor Gary has suggested, and this gives us the time and it gives us the ability to reboot the downtown specific plan without getting ahead of it, or without having it get ahead of us, because we have the moratorium in place.
I think we all agree on that. I think it's just the methodology that kind of is something that I'm having trouble putting my name to in terms of the urgency. And I know that's the only way the state set it up, and I would like a little bit more information on that. If that's the only way they set it up, maybe they had a certain set of criteria in mind when they said, here's the urgency. But then when it comes down to local government making a decision, the courts would defend, our ability to do so over what the intent of the urgency was. So at this point, I just think that it is a little bit heavy-handed to go forward with that language. That's where my comfort level lies.
Any further comment? Okay, with that, we have a motion to approve the moratorium. And with that, I will call for the question. All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, this required a 4/5 vote to have the emergency implementation of the moratorium. So it did not pass, so the moratorium does not take effect.
Mayor Marchand, could you read into the record the opposing votes, please?
Okay, well, the votes in favor were Councilmember Warner, Vice Mayor Gary, Mayor Marchand. The votes against were Councilmember Turner and Councilmember Spadowski. Okay, thank you for all of your comments tonight. And moving on to, just a second here. Okay, this is the update on the host community impact fee reserve policy and Livermore Valley Performing Arts Center compliance with the sublease and operating agreement for the Bankhead Theater, 6.03. Mr. Alessio.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. In September of 2014, the city participated in a complex multi-party settlement agreement which secured the Bankhead Theater as a community facility. In order to facilitate the purchase of the Bankhead Theater, the city issued variable rate debt obligations called certificates of participation in the amount of $9,380,000. The obligations are to be repaid with host community impact fees that are collected from the Vasco and Altamont landfills. In the event that host community impact fee revenue isn't sufficient enough to pay the debt service, the general fund is on the hook to make any debt service payment in its place. So as a result, and in support of the council goal of long-term financial stability, council directed me to develop a policy on host community impact reserves, and they adopted that policy on July 13th of 2015. That policy called for an annual review and status update of where we stand. So, where's the clicker? So the idea is that with variable rate debt, our costs can fluctuate, can go up, Probably not down, considering at the time that we issued the debt, the interest rate was 0.1%. So the idea is, hey, our costs could increase, and also with the host community impact fees, they're a volatile revenue. So the idea is let's revisit this frequently, get the most current information available, and keep an eye on what's going on. So host community impact fees, we'll start there. There was a study commissioned and performed by consultants HFH, which predicted how much revenue they thought would be generated by host community impact fees. There are a lot of variables in their assumptions, as evidenced by the fact that they came out with 8 different assumptions. They said, here's 8 different scenarios that could happen. And to give you an idea, they basically range anywhere from a high of $24 million over the 27-year life of the host community impact fees to as low as $13.5 million. So it's a pretty wide swing. They do have something called the base case scenario, which is what we use as our baseline to measure our actual host community impact revenues against. So to give you an idea, here's the HFH revenue projection for the next 27 years. You'll notice that it does, and I get asked this all the time, incorporate San Francisco leaving the service. So they had already contemplated that. And our actual revenues to date look pretty right on target to their estimates. You may notice that there's a little small shortfall. The cumulative shortfall since the 2012-13 fiscal year is $107,000 total. So the estimate's right on target. Pretty good estimate, falling short of the revenue slightly. Here's a graphical depiction of our interest rates. So we have a weekly interest rate reset. So once a week, the interest rate changes based on the markets. When we first issued the debt, we were close to 1/10 of 1%. It's climbed dramatically since. So I get asked a lot of times, what's going on? The presidential election is what's causing that. It looks pretty dramatic. Realize that the interest rate's still under 1%, but it's 84 times higher than when we issued the debt. So, costs are going up and the revenue's falling slightly short. Is the story. So the other thing is, now that we own the theater, we're responsible for maintaining its major systems, the roof, the foundation, exterior walls. There's a list of items. So I had our folks in our public works facilities do an analysis and come up with how much money we should be setting aside into a facilities reserve. And this was all part of the host community impact fee policy when I brought it to you before. And they said a prudent average, you should stick about $108,000 a year away. But the building's 8 years old, so you need to get a catch-up payment, which we decided to spread over 10 years. It amounts to about $86,000 a year. So by the end of this fiscal year, we should have $388,800 set aside just for the facility repair and replacement. That's not protection against interest rate volatility or against the revenues going down. So as of June 30th this year, we had about $370,000 of reserve. So we're slightly ahead of schedule on saving for the replacement reserve, but still no cushion in there for any of the other volatility that's possible. All right. Also, as part of the multi-party settlement agreement, we entered into a sublease agreement with the Livermore Performing Arts Center. This sublease agreement called for several pieces of reporting by LVPAC, including monthly check-ins, quarterly financial reports, annual audited statements, the IRS Form 990, written annual report, and an annual report presented orally to the City Council. LVPAC has complied with all the requirements listed in Section 5.09 in a timely manner. So the information that LVPAC has shared with us is presented here. Basically, they have a calendar fiscal year, so January 1 to December 31st last year, they had a reduction in their net assets of a little over $700,000. And this year, through half of the year, they have a reduction in their net assets of $888,000, almost $889,000. That is my report. I believe that there's members from LVPAC here. If you want to give them a chance to talk about their financial performance, I believe that they're here to do that.
Okay, questions for staff at this point? Okay, I noticed that you have the cumulative total costs, and those include, that's at the projected cost of the replacement of the asset at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And what inflation rate does that take into consideration?
I don't believe it took into account any inflation rate. I would have to ask Jeff Schaefer. He developed the replacement costs.
Because obviously, if you got inflation and you figure that your HVAC system is going to be $500,000, and you face an inflation rate of 3%, after 15 years, you start talking, you're going to be quite a ways out of the ballpark.
I do not know the answer to that. I know that the facilities folks are pretty good about things like that. When we deal with our fleet, we always build in an inflation factor when talking about replacing. So I do not know whether it is built in or not, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was one.
Okay, and then same with you said that this is includes the cost of the money over time.
Correct. Okay. So with variable rate interest, so we have a weekly reset. Right now, our interest rate is 0.82 of 1%. So if it held at that level for the next 28 years, the total debt service would be $11.6 million. Just so you know that's closely imitates SIFMA, which is a weekly index, financial index. The lifetime average and the lifetime of SIFMA at this point is 26 years, is about 2.5%. So if our interest follows the historical norm, the debt service will total about $17.6 million. So that's a pretty significant swing. You're talking about over $6 million difference.
Okay. Yes, and depending on what the estimated revenue is, we could either be a couple $1 million to the good or several $1 million in the hole.
That's correct.
And the general fund is backstopping this.
That is correct.
And on page 88, it says that it is apparent that the current level of HCIF reserve is not adequate.
In my opinion, that's correct.
Okay, so that just sets up kind of some red flags for me that we have to make sure that we are very careful about maintaining that reserve. There was and perhaps I'll ask this a little bit later, there was a capital reserve that was supposed to be started for the bankhead. Is that, do you know where that is?
Sure. The sublease does call for LVPAC to begin a capital reserve in 2018.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Questions for staff? Okay. Did you have a question? No. Okay. All right. Okay. I have one card. Scott Kennison. Mr. Kennison.
Mayor Marchand, city council members and staff, I'm very glad, well, not I'm glad, I'm glad the last time I was here I went first. Not so glad that what time is it?
10:15.
My name is Scott Kennison. I'm the executive director of Livermore Valley Performing Arts Center and a resident of Livermore. A couple of weeks ago, Steve Kiefer contacted me, said that the council had asked for an update on Livermore Valley Performing Arts Center. I'd seen you 2 weeks ago. And I have seen many letters to the editor in the independent newspaper questioning the wisdom of building the Bankhead Theater, and I even read one very deceptive and misleading piece in the East Bay Times with the headline, "Livermore PAC spends big bucks on local election," with a picture of the Bankhead Theater, which really put us in a bad light, I thought. And while many of our supporters are also members or supporters of Friends of Livermore, Livermore Valley Performing Arts Center does not support any candidate. I reported during the Citizens Forum at the last council meeting and updated you on some of the successes we have had in the past 9 months. I am happy to report that because of our successful event a couple of weeks ago, or about a month ago, the money raised associated with that event, I am confident that by the end of the year, we will be in the black for the second year in a row. We have over 900 members at this point, which is historic for us. When I started, it was about 730, I believe. And I am, as always, humbled and grateful that the citizens of Livermore love us and support us. So I'm here and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions?
I have a question, just a comment for Mr. Kennison. I'm the one that asked for this, and for a very specific reason. We've had several people say, maybe we should use the fees to build the thing in the downtown. And these fees, to me, are as sacred as the UGB. I don't want to be in the point ever again where we have to question closing the doors of the Bankhead Theater. And so I wanted the community and everyone to have a conversation about how important keeping these fees secured and keeping these for the Bankhead are, to me at least, and I'm assuming for the community. So that is why I asked for it. It wasn't questioning the fiscal anything. I just wanted people to say, unless you guys have a ton of money,
We don't have a
you
ton of money.
need this to keep those doors, to keep that building safe, secured, and for the projected things that are going to happen down the road with it. And that was my rationale, and thank you for coming tonight.
Councilor Spadowski?
And I just wanted to take a moment to just commend Mr. Kennison and his staff. You know, you and your staff are an asset to this community. What you've been able to do in the past 2 years, you just happened to start when I was elected, so I didn't really have as much knowledge of the inner workings of the theater and what your position in the past has accomplished, but you've been able to do so much in the last 2 years. And I'm fully confident, and I absolutely love the changes and the things that you've been implementing. And I just wanted to say thank you to you and every member of your staff for the hard work that you put in to making the theater tick and making it successful.
Well, I have to say, I mean, I may have sounded a little defensive about the letters, and that particular article was very disturbing to me. It made me very angry, quite honestly. And it's not anger. I mean, it's aimed at. I mean, I think that the article was deliberately deceptive. The picture of the Bankhead underneath this big headline saying Livermore PAC spends big money on the election it made me angry. And I think I wasn't angry because it was hurting me, because I can take it, and I wasn't angry because it was hurting the board. I was angry because, you know, Arthur Berenke and Denise Bridges, who put together a great festival yesterday in front of the Bankhead, they're the ones that it hurts. It hurts the people who work in the building. It hurts Carol Edwards, who welcomes people into the building every single day. So it's not hurting me. It makes me angry because the people who work for me are being affected by this.
And that right there is why you're an asset to the community, is that passion and your understanding of the issue, and you're willing to defend what you do. So again, I thank you. And I know and I hadn't been involved with a lot of the history, and I know there's history behind, you know, the Bankhead and certain groups, you know, and I choose to look forward, and I'm very glad that you're at the helm. So thank you.
Thank you. And you can take some of the credit.
No, I don't, you know, I'm a new guy, kind of, still, so.
Questions? I agree. By the way, great festival yesterday at in front of the Shea Plaza. All of us up here are very concerned about the long-term viability of the Bankhead, and that's why we're having this conversation. Yep. One of the concerns that is sort of simmering right now that I've heard is there's a lot of discussion about the construction of a 299-seat independent theater next door to the Bankhead, and I'm just concerned, what, in your professional opinion as somebody that does this?
First of all, after I spoke 2 weeks ago, you mentioned that, and you mentioned that LVPAC was supporting and lobbying for a 299 seat.
I said members of LVPAC.
You said LVPAC.
I watched the tape. You said LVPAC is lobbying for, yes, members of the board of LVPAC. That is not LVPAC. They may do what they like. I cannot tell them they cannot advocate for something. I have never stood up here and said that I want a 299-seat theater. The thing that was most important to me with the downtown development was a hotel of a certain size, and quite honestly, the residential units. That's what was most important to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that there was a balance.
As is
because
to
it's
us.
our backyard.
As is to us, but what would be the impact of an independently operated 299-seat theater next to the bank here?
I think it would be an asset, but it would not be, I don't think it would have a huge impact on what we do. It might give, I think that there were resident companies that advocated for the smaller venue. There are resident companies who don't sell 500 seats and who would like a 300-seat space to do performances. Pacific Chamber Orchestra, for instance, or Ray Duro Speaker Series. That would be income that we would be losing, but I think that we could make that up.
Okay, thank you.
May I speak, because I have some information about this. There's a misstatement, and I'd just like to correct the facts.
Certainly.
My name is Joan Seppala. I live up in Livermore. And what the proposal is a little bit different. We were not proposing a 299-seat theater. What we were proposing is that the conference center, which would be provided by the hotel perhaps, maybe not, but a great portion of it might be, that conference center could be used from November through May. Those are the non-wedding, through April. Those are the non-wedding seasons. It could be used on the weekends for performances. And in order for that to happen, there would have to be retractable rate seating put in the conference center, and it was going to cost a certain amount of money, and we were busy. We've raised $1.2 million towards that equipment. But the idea was not to have a new theater. The idea was to take a conference center at a time when it would not be as well used. It probably would just happen on Friday night and Sunday, something like that, and then have performances for groups that are smaller. Educational groups, or groups that really are embarrassed to perform or can't afford to perform in the 500-seat theater because their audiences aren't large enough, they're just emerging. So this was a way to support a growing cultural community, and it was not intended to be an additional theater. So I'm hoping that clarifies that.
Well, according to the PKF study, they'd be running 35 performances a year.
That actually was Scott who took a survey, and he was talking about using it, as I said, November through April, and maybe Friday and Sunday nights, and there were that many entities that thought that they would be interested in using it, and actually the LVPAC might have been interested in using it for that period. But there's no thought of a theater, and again, the Livermore Valley Performing Arts Center should not be blamed for what some of its board members, such as myself, get involved in terms of future ideas. So that it's really quite separate.
But again, if you're going to have a conference center, typically conference centers deal with banquets and catering and the like. And if this is not just simply a 299-seat theater, where is the catering going to be coming from, since under your proposal, the hotel would be across the street?
Well, there was talk of a restaurant being contiguous to the conference center, and also it depends on the negotiations with the hotel. The hotel might want to service it across the street. And you said, you pointed to something in the community group site plan. You said that development might be feasible. That little star, that little asterisk, refers to whether or not well, there are a couple of things, but whether or not the conference center should actually be across the street with the hotel, or should be on the east side of Livermore Avenue. So that little asterisk didn't refer to the whole proposal. But at any rate, the idea was that there would be, in fact, conversations had begun with Presidio about, and they were extremely interested. They actually offered to pay for 4,000 square feet. If we wanted a little bit more than that, another 1,000 square feet, we were to pay for that. And they were quite interested in what we had to offer. So it depends on who the hotelier is in the end and what their interests are, and then we would negotiate. Often a conference center isn't very busy during the particular weekends that I identified, and they would be happy to have the activities that a 299-seat area. And by the way, when you have retractable rake seating like that,
Mayor Marchand?
you can have it. Excuse me, it's going on too long. You could have.
Well,
it.
if I may, the item
Okay.
before us tonight was LV Pac's sublease the operating agreement. I think we're getting a bit far afield.
Okay.
Okay.
Understood.
I'll finish my sentence. You don't have to have 299 seats. You can have that or a quarter of that. The retractable rate seats move. So we should have more conversation ourselves.
Okay, thank you.
Back on point, if I could, in concluding observation, we certainly support what's been discussed, and including Councilmember Werner and I, who probably spent the first 2.5 years of our council career on trying to unwind the regional theater, get LVPAC a settlement, and secure the bankhead for the residents and businesses in the community. By action of that restructuring of debt, the city now is responsible for the construction debt and the capital facility repairs forever. So the nonprofit's been relieved of all of that debt burden. That agreement with the nonprofit requested to the residents' benefit that once a year a report be given and a daylighted conversation occur, which is appropriate as to how they're doing. And you're doing okay, you could be thriving better, and you've said you'll come back by the end of the year. I'd used this metaphor a year ago that the purpose of these reports is in effect a green, yellow, red light. And if something ever draconian happened long-term to the fiscal stability of the nonprofit, it shouldn't be a surprise to the community. The community should know they're encouraged, they should support and make their nonprofit thrive because you're not paying the debt. You're paying your operating costs, and that's commendable. So that's why we scheduled these updates, and it's a good check-in. It's sad to see your ticket sales are off. It's happy to see tonight that they're coming back. I want to personally also offer you the observation of friends and acquaintances of mine when we discuss, well, why we don't go or why we go. If you haven't maybe got recently a stakeholder group of people that don't go to the performances, you might consider impaneling such a group. Because those of us that go, and if you have it, that's great, Scott. I don't mean to get into your operational
Well, except I did report on this last year. We did in panel, and we do
Great.
performances that
That's
are
all. I'm
outside
just
the box.
giving you current feedback, and if that's part of your annual programming, revolving thinking, that's great. Just telling you, people say why they do, why they don't, and everything in between. That's all. So it's a good reminder that you've got that, and you're thriving. And we'll see you next year and see how you end up in calendar 2017. Congratulations on getting this far in the shape you're in.
So
Love what you're doing. Yes.
Yeah, I'll just add, I'm a supporter of LVPAC. I think that you do good things, and I'm glad you're running it. And I think you've done very well, and looking forward to the future success. And I think that the Vice Mayor Gary pointed out I try and forget those years of work trying to deal with the bankhead's finances, but we have got, I think, the problem largely solved, and we definitely don't want to go in danger. It's, the cushion, or not, I wouldn't call it the cushion, but the financing arrangement that we have, and so there is no extra impact fees as far as I can see, and that given we've got an excellent finance staff and that we need to do the prudent thing here. So you keep doing what you're doing, and we'll be very good conservator of the HCIF. I think that's where we have to be.
And as our city managers often want to say, there is no extra money, right?
Except when it's for his bonus time, right?
Yeah, well, there's no extra money there. So, any other questions or comments at this point? Okay, moving on to 6.04, which is the discussion and direction regarding the water policy roundtable.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Finally, the item you've all been waiting for. Oh, sorry. Trying to build it up a little bit. Item 6.04 is an item seeking council endorsement of the recommendations of the Water Policy Roundtable and authorization of the city's participation in a potable water reuse feasibility study. The Tri-Valley Water Policy Roundtable, consisting of elected representatives and staff from Tri-Valley municipalities and water agencies, has been meeting for about the last 2 years. Council Member Warner and Mayor Marchand have been our representatives on the committee, in addition to staff, Mark Roberts and myself. And basically, for the last 24 months, the group has been meeting to discuss water supply reliability and supply diversification options, how we can find more water for the valley, basically. And based on the 2016 council priority to develop water reliability and conservation strategies, staff is recommending that the full council endorse the findings and recommendations of the Water Policy Roundtable. The major findings of the group include the current Zone 7 reliability policy standard of achieving 85% reliability 99% of the time is adequate and doesn't need to be revised right now. In normal terms, what that means is in most years, no shortage would go above 15%. So if residents are asked to conserve, it would be around the 15% level. So that should put in perspective how kind of dire the drought from 2014 and 15 were, that we were up at 25%. So, but the group felt that for now, that reliability policy is a good target to stick with. The group also found that structural water conservation measures did not appear cost effective. So this would be going back and doing aggressive retrofit of plumbing fixtures, other controls inside homes, things like that. The cost for the amount of water that you would get back just seemed awful high for the roundtable, and they didn't recommend that at this time. As far as supply sources, the group recommended that regional desalination and potable reuse appear to be the most promising new water supply sources and should be investigated further. And then the group also felt that staff should conduct public outreach efforts to support diversification projects. The 2015 Water Supply Evaluation Update by Zone 7, this is a document that outlines where the water supply is going to come from for the Tri-Valley. Agreed kind of with the recommendations of the roundtable in that potable reuse and desal options were probably the best options to look at, along with the Cal Water fix that's going on in the Delta. In February 2016, the roundtable members discussed and supported a more detailed feasibility study of potable reuse of purified wastewater. Staff from Zone 7 and the retailers met several times since February to develop an approach and a scope of work to get consultant assistance for that type of study. Zone 7 offered to serve as the lead agency and provide a project manager, and they issued requests for proposals along with them from the retailers. And city staff, as well as the other retailers, sat on a committee with Zone 7 staff to review proposals and select consultants. We got 4 proposals. Corallo Consultants was selected as the most qualified to perform the work. And basically the estimate right now is for about $850,000, which includes a $95,000 contingency. The budget represents a not-to-exceed amount that may be adjusted depending on the final scope that we negotiate. Livermore's share of that amount would be $171,000. The staff report originally identified a $212,000 number. The higher number was to cover the cost of the study if Cal Water was unable to participate. Good news is Cal Water has received approval and they'll be able to participate also. So the city's share goes down to $171,000. The way the study would be accomplished basically is back in 2014 we entered into Tri-Valley, what do we call it? The Intergovernmental Reciprocal Services Master Agreement, which is a mouthful. Basically, it's an agreement that we joined into that anybody who's entered into this agreement, we're allowed to share services through what's called a task order. So we do a fairly simple document that outlines the project we're going to do, in this case a study, and then the agencies can share resources, staff time, and consultants to accomplish that. So this would be accomplished through a task order. Assuming approval in late October by all the agencies and a kickoff of the study is expected to be completed by the end of 2017. Corallo and staff provided an update to the Water Policy Roundtable on September 22nd. Just to complicate things, we've renamed the Water Policy Roundtable as the Joint Liaison Committee, so that's how we'll try and refer to it in the future. But basically, the representatives on the roundtable, or the liaison committee, endorsed the study going forward in the selection of Corallo and asked that we return within 6 months to give an update on the progress of the study. The findings and recommendations from the feasibility study will be presented to the City Council and the other boards and councils of the water agencies upon completion for their consideration and potential actions. So basically the recommendation is that council adopt a resolution endorsing the recommendations of the Water Policy Roundtable and authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a task order under the Tri-Valley Intergovernmental Reciprocal Services Agreement to allow the city to participate and cost share with other Tri-Valley water retailers and Zone 7 in a potable water reuse feasibility study. Easy for me to say. And that completes my report, and I'm available for questions.
Questions for staff at this point? Okay, so the cost of this is the cost of new water for about 750 homes, figuring $2,500 an acre foot. So when you consider that this is looking for a new water supply, if we were to try to buy those water entitlements on the open market, it would be about there'd be enough water for about 750 homes. So this way it's creating a new water supply. So my feeling is it's certainly worthwhile. So with that, do you have a motion or any discussion? Oh, sure. The presiding officer doesn't normally make one, but okay, I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion?
Nope.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passed unanimously. Very good. Thank you. It is 10:34, so we need to vote on whether or not we continue slogging on through.
At this point, Your Honor, Honorable Mayor, 2.2 says you poll the council to see what we have remaining on the agenda. If you power through it, the next rule is at 11 o'clock. You're not to consider any other additional items unless you suspend those rules. At your current pace, you may be able to, you've only got 2 items remaining, which is 6:05 and 7:01. So you are on pace.
Right. So we just have goals and
then
goals,
you
and
have
then
your-
on to matters initiated and report out.
Correct.
Okay, so that's just 2. But we need a motion to move ahead, correct? Or no?
It's a poll. It's not
Okay.
a motion at this point.
Poll. Everybody move ahead. Okay, we got it.
Very good.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, assuming that that poll and head nod was to continue.
Yes.
The next item on your agenda is your periodic review of your priorities update. Every 2 years, the council adopts a set of goals, and periodically you request that we come back and take a look at our progress on those. So on the next slide, you'll see there your goals for the 2015 through 2017 period. I'm not going to read those to you, but they range from the downtown to encouraging business, worrying about our long-term fiscal stability, transportation-related items, and quality of life items. So we're quickly just going to hit some of the highlights. You've received a more detailed report. You received that essentially quarterly as we report back to you on our progress on that. It's a long list of stuff that's on there, but we're going to hit some highlights tonight. So, starting at the top there, you see the pictures of our downtown specific plan. We've heard a boatload about that tonight, so I'm not going to go on and on about that. The pictures there do give you a sense of the amount of change there's been in the downtown. You're very much aware of the process we used to go through and select an RFP process. We then selected developers to work with us. You tonight, in August, September, and you had meetings where you requested additional studies to be done. This evening, you considered a moratorium and ultimately chose to not move forward with that. So our next steps will be to continue to work on the steps that you've outlined in your previous meetings, a variety of technical studies, ultimately additional community input as we continue to move forward with downtown redevelopment. Citywide, the city has a goal of encouraging business. And why is that? Of course, that pays the bills for all of the services that we provide to the residents and the businesses throughout the community. Tesla, of course, is here in Livermore now. They have a strong presence out of the Oaks Business Park. They have 2 modern high-efficiency fulfillment centers totaling nearly 1 million square feet. They do pre-production out there where they assemble portions of the Dash before it is sent for final production in Fremont. Draxelmeyer Group is also located out at the Oaks Business Park, and they're an international automotive systems design and production company. Their customers include BMW, Porsche, Maserati, Cadillac, and, of course, Tesla. So they're locating here again so that they can supply parts worldwide. They have 55,000 employees worldwide, and 350 of those high-paying jobs are now right here in Livermore. Gillig Bus Company is bringing over 900 jobs to the city of Livermore, moving from Hayward into 600,000 square feet of manufacturing. And again, we're very, very proud of our outreach and ability to provide an opportunity for this business to be here in our community, because they pay essentially very high wages to high-skilled non-college degree jobs. So that's been a hole in our economic spectrum, where at the very high end, where you have multiple college degrees, you do very well in our economy here in Livermore. There's lots of service jobs at the other end of the spectrum. In the middle of the high-skilled jobs, high-paying jobs were one area where we needed to do some work, and we've been very successful. And of course, Premium Outlets during this period of time opened phase 2, 200,000 additional square feet, over 7 million shoppers. If you were there on any holiday weekend, you actually probably met most of them. They were waiting to get in, and obviously have a whole bunch of new stores out there. And coming soon, we have Longchamp on November 10th and Timbuktu a little later in November. So there's still new stuff coming online out there. So if you haven't been out there, please go out there. But during a weekday, shortly after 10 a.m., there's lots of parking then. Moving on, we, during the last 6 months, have created an Office of Innovation and Economic Development to support the council's goals of continuing to be competitive, not only against regional competitors, but candidly, most of our competitors are not in our region. They're from throughout the United States and sometimes across the world. We're not going to compete as a low-cost producer. If West Texas wants to ultimately provide something much, much cheaper, that's not where we're going to ultimately compete and win. We're going to compete on essentially high skill, high quality of life jobs and on innovation. So our technology-driven economic development is going to be centered in our new Office of Innovation and Economic Development. Our work with the laboratories, iGate, Innovation Tri-Valley, and the Bay Area Council has shown that we have significant assets here in Livermore, and we want to leverage those to move forward. So the goal of the new department is to foster an innovation-driven economy in Livermore that increases economic prosperity, enhances quality of life. And that department will pursue those initiatives through the 5 items you see up there listed on the slide, including promoting local entrepreneurship, attracting and retaining a skilled workforce, encouraging investment in core infrastructure, essentially meaning the ability to move both people and ideas, so information, and so those things are critical to our economic development. And finally, increasing and maintaining community engagement so that all the voices in the community can continue to be very active as we move forward. iGate has rebranded their physical space in downtown. You're probably aware we have the incubator located at the corner of Livermore Avenue and 2nd Street, and the switch is a reference to the building's history as a switching facility for the old AT&T phone system. And the name change does a couple of things. It makes a distinction between the physical space and the programmatic things that iGate does as well. The new branding reaches an audience of entrepreneurs that may not have identified with the heavy government and lab emphasis of an organization previously known as the Innovation for Green Advanced Transportation Excellence. You'll remember that was the original words behind iGate. Now, in the switch, over 70 individuals and teams are currently building businesses, developing technology, and growing their skills. So that's an amazing group. 13 of those are actually businesses that are organized and moving forward, and they're resident startups working on technology ranging from, and I kid you not, mobile apps to antimatter. Yep, for real. So if you want to know more, you can go down and visit. Very cool stuff. One of those companies is developing a solar thermal technology and was recently awarded $2.2 million grant from the Department of Energy to accelerate their development. So you know we have 6 graduates who have created more than 50 jobs in the Tri-Valley. All but one of the folks have stayed in the Tri-Valley. Our friends down the road near a BART station have done a little better than we have here in Livermore, and that is basically because those new businesses really do need access to the Bay Area's highly trained workforce, not just the highly trained workforce here in Livermore. So it's been very successful, and we're very, very proud of that. Moving forward, We have our promotion and engagement, where we partner with Livermore Wine Growers Association, the Livermore Valley Film Commission, Livermore Downtown, Visit Tri-Valley, Innovation Tri-Valley, and your staff has worked on a new marketing brochure, marketing our local businesses, and launching a marketing campaign that highlighted all Livermore amenities via mobile ads that encouraged shopping, dining, and entertainment in Livermore during the holiday season. Workforce development is another piece of the puzzle for the Office of Innovation and Economic Development, and you can actually read the items up there. Job fairs, connecting those folks who have jobs with those folks who want jobs is a little more complicated than it might sound. We have a very, very low unemployment rate in Alameda County and in Livermore in particular. So one of the constraints that our businesses actually have is finding the skills necessary and putting those people in place. And so we partner with partners from throughout the community to ultimately make that happen. Lots of new businesses in the overall community, from folks out at the outlet centers to Rubio's Coastal Grill at Portola in North Livermore, Michael's next to Trader Joe's, Kitty Academy on Vasco coming soon, Pino's Palette, a paint and sip art studio, so you can drink and paint together. I really can't think of a better business model. I mean, anything where you can drink and the part that goes after that is really quite secondary to some of us who are diehard. Yeah, and wow, another just absolute home run. Ribbon cutting on October 19th. And for those of you who are more beef-oriented, the Habit Burger Grill at Portola in North Livermore is opening soon. So, our long-term financial stability has been a goal of the council over the past 5 years. You can see the two lines up there. The red one is what you're spending. The blue one's what you're bringing in. When the red one's above the blue one, that's generally bad. That means you're spending more than you're bringing in. So the circle, it's going to appear here in a second when the clicker is clicked, there we go, actually notes a time when we used $12 million worth of reserves, and ultimately had to go through a whole number of cost-cutting issues, including having to cut our fleet and IT replacement funding, underfunding our retiree health care trust, cutting our capital improvement project spending, and we had to reduce our workforce by 20%. In the 5 years since the recession, we have climbed out of that, and the council has led an overall series of programs that have been extremely effective at putting us on very firm ground. One of the key pieces is, after stopping the bleeding of currently getting those two lines where your current income and assets, is dealing with our long-term liabilities. OPEB, or other post-employment benefits, is a item that is fairly universally burdened communities throughout the nation and in California in particular. And Livermore has dealt with that very proactively, reducing its obligation by 40%, and essentially by now making its full actually required contribution every year. And in fact, that's actually a policy that you as a council have adopted. And that has actually helped us bring that cost under control. In addition, the other large-scale, long-term obligation we have is for our general fund funded infrastructure out there. And so, of course, the picture out there talks about that, and the council has directed that as part of its goal process for us to initiate a process and to begin to move forward on implementing our asset management plan for general fund funded infrastructure. So those things together have dealt with two of our largest long-term issues. Now, the infrastructure issue is truly a very long-term obligation. We have just begun the data collection on that. We have brought some of those items back to you for your guidance, and ultimately over the coming months we will complete that process. One of the other items you can see here on this chart, if you're looking closely, that we've added $4 million to an infrastructure repair and replacement reserve to kickstart the concept where over the long term what we hope to do is to place the bulk of our larger scale infrastructure replacement and rehabilitation during the recession parts of the cycle. That does two things for us. Staff is working on fewer development projects during that period of time and generally get way better prices. So by actually saving the money during the good part of the cycle and spending it during the down part of the cycle, we'll get paid twice on that.
I almost wish we can keep that a secret, because I don't want any other city to do that, so we get more bang for our buck during the downturn, but...
The good news is you don't have to worry.
Right.
It's really hard to not spend the money during the good part of the cycle.
Right. Yeah.
Because you, every 2 weeks, have a room full of people who have great ideas, and there really are great ideas. I'm not making fun. It's really hard to not spend money as it's coming in and to save it for the time when we know the recession is coming. The other thing you'll note up on that slide is you've changed your reserves policy from a total of 26.5% to a total of 30% of your expenditures as being your reserve. And those two steps together are going to give us some ability to weather this next recession. The fundamental challenge we have is during the next recession, our goal is to not have to lay off anyone. We lost 20% of our workforce. You've bought 2% of that workforce back. So you are still way down from where you were. And we don't have the ability to lay off another 10% of your workforce to make it through the next recession without significant quality of life impacts. So we're very proud of that work. And moving on to transportation-related items, I-580 improvements, collaborating with our Tri-Valley partners and ACTC on the express and HOT lanes. They're up and running. Actually, traffic is working better with those lanes out there. Eastbound and westbound express lanes opened earlier this year. On State Route 84 coordination, the northern segment between Kincannon Boulevard and Jack London Boulevard, which included a truck climbing lane, was completed in June of 2014. Earlier this year, construction on the next segment, referred to as the southern segment, connecting Ruby Hill Drive to Kincannon Boulevard, commenced. If you've been out there, they're hard at work at it, and they're making great progress as we move forward. And finally, the third segment of State Route 84 from Pigeon Pass to 680 is in the final planning stages and will ultimately begin its environmental review soon. BART to ACE. During this last 2-year period and during, candidly, the last 12-month period, we've made a lot of progress on this. This is not something we can do as a local community. And honestly, if extending a major transportation system to a suburban community of our scale was really what we were talking about, we wouldn't be making any progress at all, because you don't get BART because you wish it. It's not a magical thing where you can click your heels and simply have a major transportation show up. But it does ultimately make sense to connect the mega region, as we know, that spans from all the way from Sacramento and Stockton all the way through San Jose and San Francisco. Anybody who's out on the freeway knows that we have almost 100,000 folks who travel both directions every day. And we're actually gaining partners, not just those that are listed up there as the members of the Altamont Regional Rail Working Group, but other partners who are business partners and policy partners who are beginning to recognize what we've known. And so our work, I think, to look at this more systematically and look at more region-wide and actually expand the region that we're looking at has allowed us to make some tremendous progress. We have some wonderful partners, including the County of Alameda and Scott Haggerty in particular, who has played a leadership role in the BART to Livermore and BART to ACE programs. But connecting our two heavy rail systems, which represent more than $100 billion worth of infrastructure, with the last link down the freeway, taking it first to Isabel and then out to Greenville, will allow those two systems to work much, much better together.
And also recently securing funding for an executive director for the group. I think that was a huge move on Supervisor Haggerty's part.
And the reason that we're taking a look at having the Regional Rail Working Group spearhead this group is that they would be a single-purpose, focused group whose job it was to get this done. And focus really is what it's going to take. This is a very hard task. To cobble together the funding and to do all of those pieces. So while we're well along on the Isabel piece of it, ultimately I think the goal of everybody throughout the region is to ultimately connect the two rail systems out of Greenville. To facilitate Isabel and to take advantage of the opportunities that having a rail link.
Can I ask one question? You go back to one slide. I mean, that's the one group, but that regional. I mean, the Valley City Council meeting that we had, last week or whenever it was, and Supervisor Haggerty was pointing out the need to get MTC involved and everything. Is that? I don't see them on the list.
They're not on the list because of the role that they play in the process. So they're a funder. Essentially, they are we are the customer, and they are ultimately are the folks who pass out those dollars on a regional basis. And they have very specific things they look at. And honestly, to be very direct, talking about tying the two heavy rail systems together and talking about the larger region is things that MTC are much more interested in than bluntly providing rail service to Livermore. And that's, I think, why you see the latest action that Supervisor Haggerty was able to take the lead on, and having that group fund the executive director of the Regional Rail Working Group. So absolutely, our focus as your staff and as partners to the larger region are to place these projects in a place where they'll compete well, through the funding processes that MTC ultimately run.
So the question is my question is that membership sufficient?
At this point, we think it is. It's the proper mix of the two sides of the hill. It's the proper mix of local governments and essentially transit organizations. You'll see BART's in there. You see ACE's in there. So from that perspective, we do believe we've got the right group. But the other thing is, as you've seen, as we get new information, we've pivoted before, and we'll continue to do that as we move forward. Continuing to partner very closely with the key members is going to be what it's going to take to get this over the finish line.
One last item to add to that, though. I think the MTC vote, they only had one dissenting vote on that.
They did.
And it also included another $2 million for additional, environmental work?
That is correct.
But what is equally disheartening was a comment from one of the BART board of directors, I forget exactly who it was, but calling BART to Livermore a pipe dream still. So we still have an uphill battle in that respect, but it's nice to see support from these groups and then support from MTC. And then it's very frustrating not to get the support from BART. So,
Radulovich.
I knew you would come up with that. I didn't want to mispronounce the name with my Spadowski sensitivities.
But you are very correct that the project is very controversial region-wide. BART obviously is the lead agency on the extension currently, and they have other focuses, which is to rebuild their crumbling infrastructure, and that is certainly a laudable goal. From our perspective, it's an and. We're going to add thousands of trips to the highway. The highway can't handle it. It's not the way you should ultimately move people between regions. We ultimately need to build more housing in the Bay Area region, but we can't build our way alone out of this. We'll need to improve our transportation systems, and improving heavy rail is a piece of that. So, I would respectfully disagree with some of those at the regional level who said, that this shouldn't be a regional priority, because it ultimately helps the region, not just our local government. Isabel Neighborhood Plan, as you're very aware, you have recently adopted your preferred plan. That included essentially thousands of hours of staff time developing and speaking with the community. We had hundreds of meetings with community members over the time to sculpt this, first into its three alternatives, second into a preferred alternative, and third, you sculpted that third alternative, reducing the scenic corridor impacts and moving some of the uses around. It's a wonderful mix of essentially Class A office space, which we don't have any of in the city, and essentially enough residential development to support a commercial core with a neighborhood shopping center and some other items, which we heard from residents in the area that's one of the items that they wanted. So we are very excited to be into the environmental process for that. The plan objectives out there you can see are to create a vibrant neighborhood. To create a variety of housing types that don't exist elsewhere in the community and that are sufficient to support a commercial core, so that neighborhood ultimately has a shopping center out there, so they don't have to borrow their every time they go to the grocery store, they don't have to travel across town. And essentially, ultimately, to support transit ridership as a piece of that. So moving on, you heard an item tonight on your developing water reliability. Council approved moving forward with the project that was described by the Valley Water Agencies, preparing an education and outreach program, discussing with the community the use of purified wastewater to supplement water supplies, ultimately making better use of what water we do have and making better reuse of that. It's not just a drought issue, and you all recognize that, and staff has done a significant amount of work with the other Tri-Valley retailers and stakeholders to move this process forward. It's a multi-year process, but I'm very encouraged by the level of cooperation that we have. Candidly, Whiskey's for drinking and water's for fighting over, and there's no difference here. We're going to fight over exactly how and what and how it'll be done, and public perception of that, and all of those things are very, very important burdens that we have to ultimately address those issues very directly moving forward. But if we're going to increase our water reliability, we ultimately need to look at a variety of things.
And just to underscore that water study is indirect potable reuse. So
It is.
a very fine line there, but it's indirect potable, not direct potable.
It is. It's putting it into the reservoir or somewhere else, and then ultimately reusing it at some point. Maintaining quality of life ultimately is what all of these things are doing, providing services to our residents and keeping that sense of community and hometown feel. We do that through a variety of things. On the next page, you'll see a synopsis. Our police programs that we've implemented area command and neighborhood policing models. So officers are assigned to specific neighborhoods to meet for non-emergency issues. That allows residents to have a direct rapport with folks. Our website's updated so that residents can easily identify their area commander, know what's going on, actually see crime activity right on the website. Crime-free multi-housing program was initiated and going strong with 7 multi-unit properties participating, including hundreds and hundreds of units that are part of that. Our vacation check program and PredPol, essentially mechanizing or putting into commuter form the experience model. Humans are creatures of habit. PredPol uses that to ultimately predict areas where there'll be higher activity, and ultimately that's part of the watch commander's job, is to deploy resources appropriately. The Resident Video Surveillance Camera Registration Program allows private residences who have video cameras that might be shining out on their front porch and catch a piece of the public right-of-way to register with the police department and then share that data. We did ultimately recently have somebody who gave us a little bit of help hunting somebody down with the video camera there. So that was a piece of the hint that led us to ultimately help apprehend somebody. LPFD, our fire department, is working on our EOC update. So strengthening our disaster response capability. Of course, all of your staff are disaster workers. So essentially training them, reminding them of what their responsibilities are. And of course, you also know that your meeting facility or council chambers is also a new EOC. So we're very excited about being able to move that project forward, because the current EOC in the police department is very small. And when we put the 40 some odd staff into that little tiny room, it doesn't work really well. So we're really looking forward to essentially doubling the scale of that meeting facility.
That's another trailer, isn't it? It's the little motorhome-like thing, right?
There you go. That's the mobile one, but it's that front conference room which acts as our EOC. So we're looking forward to having much more space in the new facility as we move forward. Our Teen Academy was a really wonderful success, 3-week summer program that featured interactive workshops on personal finance, job search skills, local government, becoming an engaged citizen. And candidly, every one of the folks who went through that process, first of all, knew a bunch more about local government, which honestly, most of us don't get a very good education in grade school and high school about what local government does. So they learned a lot more about us. They provided useful tasks for us, including taking a look at our social media. Nothing like having experts look over your shoulder and say, not that, this. So that was very effective for us. And I think came away with if not a desire to work for local government, certainly a much better understanding of where the tax dollars go. And I think maybe we've got a couple folks who might end up working in the public sector. So we're very excited about that. These are very bright folks. Key to the City. We ran the second version of that. The city clerk spearheads that process, where we had 11 sessions providing behind-the-scenes look at municipal operations. And those folks were incredibly excited as they got very detailed behind-the-scenes look at all of our operations. So we were very excited about that. And of course, the Livermore Citizens Police Academy is offering its 30th Citizens Police Academy. So if you ever had an interest in how police departments actually work, it's a great program. Everybody who goes through it is very excited about all the information they get. And we completed a homeless survey and established the homeless outreach team as a part of our outreach as well. On our next slide, you'll see that working with our neighborhoods and historic preservation, of course, Hageman Farms is a city-owned facility. The staff worked with the Heritage Guild on a rehabilitation plan. Sunflower Hill Community Garden for food donations opened on the site. They give their food ultimately to Open Heart Kitchen. A 4-H program began, an adaptive writing program out there, and community volunteers repaired house and grounds. So we're very proud of the work that staff did with the community out there. As of April 1st, 2016, membership surpassed 13,400 folks on Nextdoor, and that represents 30% of Livermore households, which we communicate through using that tool. So overall, as you can see, we had a number of folks out at National Night Out. 50 neighborhood groups participated, for those of you who were out there. Some of us went to 2, 3, or 4. Folks very engaged, very excited, and ultimately it was a wonderful night out that was led by our police department, but we had city staff from across all city functions out with the community that particular night. Overall, these things combine to create and maintain the quality of life that you've put at the top of your list. It's what your goals ultimately support. Your staff have created a whole number of very detailed tasks. That's in your staff report that you have for this. But tonight was just a little bit of a snapshot of the things that we've done during the past 18 months since you adopted these goals. And of course, this is in addition to all of the quote-unquote normal work that we do, which is essentially keeping your libraries open, patrolling your streets, putting out fires and responding to emergency medical issues, providing information free of charge throughout the community in a variety of sources. These things together are what the team does. You've got 456 people who are ultimately work for you in the community, and those dedicated professionals enjoy delivering those services, and I think you can see it in the kinds of things that were talked about tonight and the kinds of interactions that you get reports back on periodically when people bump into one of our staff. So that's your update for this evening, and with that, I'm certainly available for questions.
Questions, Councilor Warner?
Not so much a question. I just want to say that it's always very impressive when you come and give us these updates, and that people, I think, should realize that this is a tremendous amount of work over a wide variety of topics, and you're doing it with a very lean staff. And that's an unusual thing to be able to do that, and I just want to commend you and everyone in the city administration for all the good work they do. And it's not every place that could attempt to do this and be successful as you have been.
Thank you. And a very wide range of skill set as well.
Right.
Vice Mayor Gary?
Ditto, and on top of it, accomplish all that and now be increasingly one of the most solvent, fiscally well-managed cities that I know of in Northern California. So it's built on the bedrock of the fiscal conservatism that's provided the resources, along with the lean staff, to get us to this point. And the community just begins to realize how proud they ought to be of the stability of their city. So thank you again for a job well done.
And still being one of the top 10 cities in Livermore in California in which to live. One of the top 10.
Well, just a quick comment. This is why we're one of the top 10 cities in California. Sound fiscal policy and dedicated staff. This is my 5th time getting one of these reports, and frankly, the first time I thought they must have already been working on all this stuff. There's no way they got all this stuff done. And now I know exactly how much you've done from year to year, because I've been here for a couple of years, and it's phenomenal every single year. And this is one of my favorite reports to get, because it just all comes full circle. So for all the staff, please make sure your department heads that are out here to share with everybody that works with you how very unbelievably astonished we are, at least I am, I'm assuming we all are, every single year with everything you guys do when we say, no, you can't have more staff, and no, you can't have any more money, but we want more stuff out of you. And we still get it, which means I guess we'll just have to keep asking for more. No.
Hey
now. But no, it's impressive, and Thank you very much. And yeah, and certainly I'm hopeful. I say this every time. Please make sure this is on the city website, or at least some version of it, so that we're sharing this with everybody and whatnot, because this is great work. Thank you for leading the charge.
So ditto, and ditto. I really want to thank staff. You are, I think, the city's greatest resource and the face of the city. Residents, if they have a bad experience with staff, or when staff goes bad and makes, poor decisions, it really does impact the city for many, many years. And I'm proud to say that I haven't seen any of that here. And it's just an excellent staff. And please keep up the good work. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, so at that point, we're after 11 o'clock. So at this point, I believe I need a motion to continue. City Attorney?
That'd be appropriate.
Okay, do we have a motion to close out the meeting? The only thing we have left is the matters initiated and report out.
I've got a 4:30 get up, but I just as soon keep going and finish the meeting.
I can be quick.
Okay, so moved, seconded. Any opposition?
Depends on if y'all are going to pass.
I'll be as fast as humanly possible. So with that, okay.
Okay.
So just the report outs really quick. September 28th, the Community Choice Energy meeting I attended. It was the knockdown drag out till about 10:30. October 3rd, LAVTA Board of Directors. Didn't really have anything to report out, but I forgot to mention that the stars may be aligning where Wheels will be purchasing possibly the first buses off the Gillig line. So the contracts are all lining up. That is just, that's perfect. You couldn't.
And that contributes to Measure BB, which helps pay for the buses.
Exactly. There you go. October 8th, I attended the Livermore Pleasanton Fire Safety Expo. Again, I reported out this last year. Excellent pancakes. And you get to see them take off roofs off of cars and put out fires. It's a great day. My daughter thoroughly enjoyed it. A couple items that I wanted to mention very quickly. Mr. Allen, who has shown up to the council several times, we heard his request at Wheels. We directed the consultant during the realignment of the system to look at his request. It was determined that we didn't have the buses. We would have to literally strip a lot of service throughout town to implement Mr. Allen's idea. It's a great idea, but our alignment has been successful, and we're going to wait for that to play out for another 12 to 18 months or so before we make any changes. So I just wanted to mention that. Another item, Peak Democracy is a software that I'm familiar with that is basically a digital 3-minute comment period or more for residents. I'd like staff to look into possibly implementing that in the city. It would give people a chance to comment on items, because we're dealing with a lot of issues, and we keep talking about public comment. And this allows the city to set up the question, provide enough background information, and then residents to submit their comments, and then staff can print out PDFs of all the comments and statistically summarize the comments for us for major items. So if staff would look into that, I'd appreciate it. It does give people the chance that can't show up and stay late to meetings to actually have meaningful comments. They even have apps where people in the audience can vote. So it's almost like the digital handshaking, so we can see in real time what's going on. I'm not saying that we implement that, but at least look into Peak Democracy if that's okay with everybody.
So are there 3 people interested in having a memo come back from staff on that? Very good. We'll bring you back a memo.
And the last item I'd like to bring up is the Livermore tarweed. It is a endangered plant, recently classified as endangered. Mary Ann Hannon and the Friends of Springtown, plus this was an idea from Regina Brinker with the Livermore School District. She's a science and education coordinator. They came up with the idea of adopting the Livermore tarweed, which can only be found in North Livermore, as the city's official flower. So I'd like to float the idea that we pass a resolution adopting the tarweed as an official flower, possibly timing it in February for the school district's science and engineering month. So I'd like to throw that out there for consideration.
We don't already have one?
I don't believe we have one. I couldn't find, and it fits Livermore. It's such a horrible name, but it's a beautiful flower. So it's kind of unique. It's quirky.
While all our kids have allergies.
Yeah, and it's the allergies, and it's there was a very Mary Ann sent us all a link to an article about it, so if the rest of the council agrees, it'd be nice to pass a resolution during that month naming it our official flower. So I'd like to float that.
But you're talking about agreeing to the resolution now, or just bringing it back?
Just bringing it back in
Just bringing
February.
it back.
Right. I mean, not now. I mean, if everybody, I didn't, I saw the city attorney, I needed to make sure I worded that correctly. So I think it'd be kind of a neat thing. Fits the uniqueness of our town. I mean, look at our city logo, for crying out loud. You know, you got the Adam, the cowboy, and the grapes. So anyway.
Add a tarweed.
So maybe add a tarweed. I don't know. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Turner?
All right, I'll be really brief.
Concurrence on that, right?
Yeah, there
Very
is,
good.
yeah. Seems like a good idea.
The morning of October 3rd, I went to work. And why that's relevant, you don't know, is because I got dropped off at the transit center and I picked up the 580X. And so no, we can't get a bus to BART on every single train, but it took me 20 minutes to get to BART on the 580X. So for those of you that haven't tried it, it's fantastic. Commute hours only, but it takes you straight from the transit center right to BART. You don't even, they park you right by the door and you just pop right in. It's fantastic. Commute hours, morning and night. It's a wonderful service. Wi-Fi, chargers, amazing. So give it a try. I can now say we have rapid transit to the BART station in Livermore, finally, and I've tried it. And the only other thing I have to report is from October 5th through the 7th, I was at the League of California Cities Conference, representing Livermore. We passed a resolution on safe cities. I believe we already pretty much do everything that they recommended because we are a safe city. Lots of different sessions. The undercurrent and tone of the whole conference was housing, housing, housing. I know that we don't have a huge stomach for a lot of housing, but the economists are saying the number one problem with California is the housing crisis. And everybody's need to, we're not going to solve the problem a little bit here, a little bit there, but statewide, we have a responsibility to make sure we're at least building enough that the people that work in our community can live here. So that was the biggest message, as well as water policies and looking more at agricultural policies as being one of the most important pieces of solving the water problem.
The other problem is we're putting the housing in the wrong places.
Well, there's that.
Yeah, we need to put the housing where the jobs are. And unfortunately, we're putting the houses 2 hours away from the jobs. And that's where you need the transit to try to connect those two. Councilmember Warner?
As I mentioned earlier, attended the city council's dinner, and there was a discussion on the transportation and the ways to build consensus and influence the various decision makers in order to get the funds. So it sounds like we're on a good path, but more to do in terms of being successful in getting BART to Livermore. With respect to matters initiated, two things. One was, I heard the comment about the food trucks, and if we could just come back with an understanding if there is an issue, and if there is, what our options might be to deal with it. I'd like to hear more about that. And then and the other one is, since we didn't pass the moratorium, it's very clear to me that we need to get started on revising the DSP. So I'd like you to come back with, okay, now what does that mean? And want to make absolutely sure that there's the robust process for getting the community involvement. But I think we're now into a major revision, and we got to get started.
Westmead?
Yeah, the mic's off.
Ditto to those two requests, and then also Councilman Warner and I attended a long dormant LARPD City Joint Financing, Joint Powers Authority meeting, so trying to put some take some rust off the wheels of that possibly that was used at one time to share the cost of joint facilities, and also attended the Livermore Pleasant Fire Department recent promotional ceremony with a lot of up-and-comers being promoted upward. That's it.
I was there as well. Let's see, again, on September 28th, I was also at the Tri-Valley Council meeting where we talked about BART and got an update from the League of California Cities. The 29th was my community State of the City and Town Hall, and there were probably close to 80 people at that, and that was something new that we've done here to increase the access and engagement with the public. On the October 1st, we had the airport open house. It was awesome. We had the Livermore Valley Wine Growers Association was out there for the first time, and we had the Warbirds were out there, the P-40, P-51s, and a lot of the other really cool planes. On October 2nd, we had the Livermore Yotsukaito Sister City organization send-off. We're sending about 20 7th and 8th graders off to Yotsukaito, Japan. And on the 5th, as we heard earlier today, was the Livermore Cultural Arts Council 50th anniversary celebration. On Friday the 7th was the Tri-Valley Manufacturing Day, where we worked with a number of manufacturers and the school district, showing the young people that there are jobs in manufacturing and engineering and tech that are good paying and secure. On the 8th of October was Art Walk. We had thousands of people in the downtown, so that was a very exciting event. And the 9th was the Filipino Barrio Fiesta, celebrating the contributions of the Philippine community and also celebrating their music, dancing, and food. Today I was at the Alameda County Transportation Commission 580 Express Lane Committee, where we got several updates. Regarding the express and HOV lanes, there have been almost 4 million trips in the express and HOV lanes, averaging of almost 32,000 cars per day, collecting almost $4.5 million in revenue that's going to stay here in the Tri-Valley. Planning Policy and Ledge Committee. Interestingly enough, we talked about the cap and trade. We may not actually qualify for cap and trade funds because of a new ranking criteria known as Cal Enviro Screen 3.0. And we're not in the top 5 based on pollution burdens, environmental issues, and low-income communities. So that's something that we need to lobby some folks on. And finally, it was brought up earlier tonight, the difference between historically significant versus structural integrity, and regarding the Wagoner Winery and its historical significance and the need for an EIR. And I will admit that I didn't really make that distinction when we talked about it last meeting. And as I pointed out in the beginning of the meeting, I felt that the building was historically significant, and that when it's considered historically significant, an EIR is presumed as a prerequisite for demolition. So I would entertain a motion to add this to the next agenda for reconsideration. Hearing thundering.
I'll second.
No, I said I'd be willing to entertain a motion.
Oh, I thought you made the motion.
No, I said I'd be willing to entertain a motion.
I thought we ended up with some good, mitigations. How those are tied to the demolition in the land and future development, I think we did have a long conversation, and we didn't have an application before us.
Mm-hmm. The EIR could lock that in.
I'll move for reconsideration just to see if there's a second and a willingness to have a discussion. I'm more concerned about locking in the mitigations because I think we got a little far afield at the end of the discussion. So I'll say that much.
Okay, well, with that, I would second that motion. But to then well, actually, do I actually have a motion, or do we just look for consensus?
So what you're looking for with your motion for reconsideration is actually a motion in your rules. If the motion were to carry, as you currently framed it, the matter would return to you at your next council meeting for reconsideration.
Okay. Okay, so motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion?
I want to make sure I understand it. So we're not saying we're going to reconsider it, I mean, that we're going to go for an EIR, we're just saying we'll consider that at the next meeting. Is
Correct.
that-
You'll have an opportunity to have a reconsideration on your next agenda. Your rules allow for that. What we have is the unfortunate reality of your rules butting up against the Brown Act. You don't have an opportunity to actually take an action on the reconsideration itself today. You'd have to notice it and agendize it for your next meeting.
Okay, so it's just opening up the conversation again, but it's not making a decision one way or another.
Not tonight.
And also, I would, as for matters to be considered, it's late, to revisit the historic preservation ordinance and perhaps get some clarity and tighten up that.
And that already was a matters that your staff is working on, and that ultimately will return. That's not something that would return at your next meeting.
Right. Oh, no, it wasn't. That's going to be a much longer process, I understand. Okay, any discussion then on the motion? Okay, so the motion is to bring this back for reconsideration at the next agenda. So those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, so it'll be coming back next meeting. All right. With that, we are adjourned.